Hello. Hello. Happy Friday.
Hello.
Potentially from the future, but happy Friday all the same. Yeah, who's here? Aqualux, Spooky Iteration, see Wormmuncher, Goose Scoot, Darkness. Hey, how's it going? Friday, yeah. Or one day until the Boat Murdered live reading. So heads up about that. Speaking of Dwarf Fortress music. So yeah, we'll be playing some Alchemy Factory today. I was playing it a little bit off stream. And I was testing the limits of the game because I unlocked the ability to build and modify walls and floors, which I do kind of wish they'd made available earlier, but I didn't realize at first that you could actually delete like existing walls. And also through experimentation found that you can basically build out over neighboring blocks of land if you are persistent enough. So I'll be a bit of a gremlin today, and I don't know if we'll do much in the way of productive factory making. I just kind of want to test some limits, at least at first. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, Saucy Sorcerer, Wormmuncher, very exciting. Yeah. That's all I can think of, really. Well, it's only been a couple of days since I streamed last. We'll probably get back to that Hollow Knight randomizer to try and finish off that seed, but it was proving a bit maybe long-winded with all the options, well, basically all the options enabled. So maybe it might be better to just start again on that. But we'll see. Mandatory weather report. It has been hot here. It's like that Family Guy bit where the guy's reporting from like a hurricane or something like that. It's like, what's the weather out there? It's like, windy. It's like, what's the weather like there, Gwillem? Hot. But thankfully, the big like week-long heat wave that we've had looks like it's coming to an end. It was 40 Celsius today, roughly. But it's meant to be a fair bit cooler tomorrow. Like, still hot, still 30 something tomorrow, but then progressively getting cooler rather than just hanging around that temperature. So the heat wave conditions should ease. But yes, for the last week or so, I've basically identified as a puddle. So I'm looking forward to that being alleviated. All right, and yeah, I'll be playing Dwarf Fortress music because this game does have its own music. It's just that it's a bit repetitive, and the game also mutes its audio when it loses focus, which is kind of important for a streamer that needs to switch out of a game occasionally. So rather than suffer that, I figured I'd just play from the same playlist that I play for Dwarf Fortress stuff, which seems like it suited just fine. Even though I don't technically have permission, I literally don't have permission to play Dwarf Fortress music outside of the game. I don't think they have expressed that permission anywhere, but well, I need some music, and I think that's a fairly low risk, and we can just promote it every now and then. Saucy Sorcerer, put your pants on, would you? Come on. It's 7 times now. I think I've told you this. Yeah. Streaking in my chat. Jeez. Alright, let's have a look at what monstrosities that I've caused to happen in this world. Let me just check. Do I have sound yet? No, I think I've maybe got it muted in my OBS. Yes. All right. Yeah, so I realized that you could... Actually, I think I've... Hang on. I may have locked my... all right. I made sure I had a keyboard shortcut to lock the mouse from switching between computers with mouse without borders. So now I can just hit like Control-Alt-M and it will prevent it from happening instead of me opening up the settings. Yeah, so when I upgraded to Building Tool Level 2, see, these weren't really descriptive. I wish these would show better descriptions in the upgrade thing, but it's like, you know, I would have prioritized my early gameplay a bit differently had I known what all these actually were. Like stairs are kind of obvious, and the notice board and chandelier is kind of obvious, but the thing on the first row on the left just kind of looks like a table when it's a small, like half floor height platform. And the thing on the things on the second row, yeah, I guess roof line and exterior brick wall, and the rest are a bit ambiguous as to whether they are like screens or other structures. But yeah, it turns out that those are floors starting on the second row on the left, and 2 varieties of walls. The only difference is their look and their ingredients. They both do the same thing otherwise. And yeah, the roof line. But it also allows you to remove walls, that even the default ones. So, how come I can't do that now? Why can't I do that now? Oh no, you can. So you don't even get a highlight for it. You can just remove the default walls and floors that your factory starts with, and just start from a bare plot of land, except for this doorway and doorway with the mailbox beside it that they enter through. It's like the entrance to a theme park game is usually in a fixed spot, right? Or at least it was in the old ones. But yeah, you can't move that anywhere. So yeah, I just ended up deleting the walls and putting other walls. I've just been experimenting with what is like minimally required walls to support the flooring / ceiling that we have above us. But yeah, this is mostly the old factory that I had when I streamed last. With the only real addition was discovering how to actually automate the purchasing from this guy. So purchasing logs, iron ore, and anything in there as well, you can actually automate with these purchasing portals, which again was not really explained. You have to build it. It's kind of obvious in hindsight, but you get them paired up with the dispatch portal, which is contract based, and the purchasing portal, which it is actually raw material production. So you can select one of the raw materials, you can add money into it, which you can pipe in, of course, via belts, or catapults, whatever. So you can just occasionally go around and load up a bit of money into these things, and you don't have to worry about buying and transporting stuff anymore. Like I've got a belt of wood going off that, another belt of wood going off that, and I just go in and until I actually belt money around, I'm just going around to the few that I have and just putting in 10,000 copper, like 10 silver worth of stuff. I got like 941 silver at the moment, just from time spent mostly idle and mucking around with things. And this cash register ended up getting full at one point, and there was a queue of people waiting here to pay. But the game didn't really notify me of that. I just happened to notice it. So yeah, we got another 13 silver in there that I can just grab, I guess. Another 21 silver in there. So yeah, nearly close to 1,000 silver. We're at day 63. And I'm just kind of letting folks buy whatever. We had this roller coaster setup now was wrapping around the original walls here, like around that, and a door, so that seems unnecessary now. I think you can turn these into doors, yeah, like that. So that would have been there originally, and that's why all this is like that. And these are all the goods that I started making between streams. Golab, so I've introduced the Industrial Revolution to potion making. Yeah. And we make things other than potions. Apparently, we've got some potions here, but not many. We make gears. We make more gears, ropes, mortars, and pestles that are apparently maybe a single use, nails and bandages that are made from potions, glass, linen, pulleys, bricks. Which I no. Anyway, we should probably have some lighting here. Actually, let's put a couple of. Somewhere. I guess here will do. Can I put it on here? Nope. No good, says game. That'll do. Side of this? Nope. Side of this? Nope. There. Okay, don't kick over the candle. Patrons. What was I going to say? So yeah, once I realized what you could do with walls and floors, of course I set out to just, like, I bought the rest of the blocks of land and have gone around and just put down, initially I walled the whole thing in, but I thought that was boring, so I've left it kind of open, and just walled stuff, and I messed around with different things. I just want to understand what the minimum is for walls being in place to support the ceiling that's there, because there is actually a concept of support. So if you remove that, it's actually going to start deleting stuff above it. So it's not like Satisfactory where you can just have floating platforms. You actually need to have walls and floors support things above them. We've gone with this floor pattern where it's a single tile around the outside like this. You can have these double-sized floor tiles, or these ones. So I thought, just to make me aware where the border is, and if I want to like run stuff up and down along the walls on the outside, I know where it is. But the original stuff is still just here that I've not replaced yet, so I guess I may as well at least fill this in. The game feels a bit quiet. I think I turned it down when we were playing Hollow Knit. Come on, game volume, go up. There we go. Factory must grow, maybe. But yeah, we'll actually let me just grab these excess planks that I have here. Yeah, so I think stuff that I added in from previous stream. Yeah, we started making fertilizer, right? We automated that that line of plants, and then I think I was watching someone else's stream, and they were going about making the next. Like I was dreading scaling up fertilizer, and someone was mentioning like, well, actually, the next tier of fertilizer is much more worth scaling up. It's like the advanced fertilizer, which I'm surprised you can't sell fertilizer as goods, but so this is the regular fertilizer that's got a base nutrient value of 144 and 112 V per second, whatever that is. So I guess how fast it can be consumed. The advanced fertilizer, when you just add in these gloom fungus mushrooms and put them through an assembler with nothing else, goes up to 720 and 144 V per second. That's an insane jump. For all you have to do is, in fact, like even maybe like an imbalanced jump, like they should make the base fertilizer a bit better maybe. So you don't have to think about maybe scaling that up. Anyway, I'm sure that stuff will all get tweaked over time. But yeah, you get the gloom fungus from these rotten logs, which I need to top that up. They're a bit expensive. They have that fungus on them, and you put them through a woodcutter, and you get a small chance, or you get I think it's a fixed rate actually. Yeah, so for every 4 planks, you get 1 gloom fungus. Yeah, that'll show there. So a gloom fungus should come out of there next. Here we go. So I'm just putting the planks in the garbage for the moment. That could be used, but I'm not, I'm just grabbing them for construction use every now and then, but they get deleted every night if I don't do anything with them. But yeah, you just need this many, it's like 10 of them, to produce a belt load, and you don't even use that to but yeah, once not only is it like more packed with nutrients to use, so it's more dense. I have a good one, Wormmuncher. Yeah, thanks for lurking. It also massively increases the speed that these nurseries put out their plants. So each one of these now fills a belt. So no like making all these just to fill one belt, or I think 2 belts maybe I had before. These actually produce at 60 per minute with the advanced fertilizer, which means that most likely you're probably better off shipping this fertilizer around and just plugging the nursery plants into whatever you want next, instead of carting the results around like I'm doing at the moment. So yeah, these numbers of nurseries were all pre-advanced fertilizer. Like one of these now puts out 60 a minute, whereas previously I needed that many to fill a belt. So it's kind of pointless now. This one's not even hooked up. Okay. These are 60 a minute as well, which is the 1 belt. Started making some wine. Not really, but the wine is the grape wine there, the berry wine, whatever is used in making the vitality potions. So, yeah. Magna headset ran out of battery, so I have you on speakers. Oh, I'm on loud mode. I'm going loud. Peach, play this more. It's pretty good. Yeah. I think I had some reservations at the start, but those are starting to go away a bit in terms of like scalability and longevity of the game. But yeah, we'll see. I've got a new fuel source to use as well, which I'm not using yet. So I'm still doing charcoal, but we've got access to coal, which I can grind down. Yeah, coal ore grind down into coal, and you can crucible that into coke and make coke powder, which is another significant boost in fuel value. So maybe today we'll actually try and swap that stuff up. Yeah, Nickade, hey, Potato checking in as well, Muldrum too. Membranes. Time to cook? Yeah. Crucial ingredient in Coca-Cola. Yeah. Coke powder. Should have made it white. But yeah, so I've been deliberately keeping the camera pointing down as well. So it's to hide things until I'm ready to show. But yeah, we'll need to probably scale up this brick production as well. Yeah, this is need to insert coins into there a bit and into there. I'm just trying to keep things at like 10 and 20,000. So yeah, it turns out that these purchasing portals are the way that you automate purchasing of the raw materials. So no more having to run back to the Muldrum actually to buy things. So that guy is now obsolete and automated. Oh yeah. Well, this is going industrial, right? Commentary on current conditions. Anyway, I still occasionally harvest flax and stuff like that. Still buying those from me, right? I don't know. Do you have a portal in there? Maybe not. Maybe you have a portal at home where all the stuff comes from. But yeah. So I started exploring as well the limits of your buildable area, because it turns out I was building up some walls and just trying to put floors beside them, and it's like, oh, I accidentally just started building out over the land around. So this is outside building area down there, but as soon as you go up one floor, it's fine. You can build there. You just can't build out anymore. Not yet, anyway. I suspect that once you get up over a certain bounding box, you might be able to build more. And the reason I suspect that is because I did that here. So we're getting a little bit ambitious with how much space that we're taking up of maybe public area, but I'm guessing that once you buy a plot over here, then maybe that area becomes buildable, because I can't do any more there. So you might actually be able to build basically bridges over these instead of being required to use cannons or whatever. It's actually like those medieval buildings with thinner bottom parts pay less taxes. Yeah, like the small, with the big upper floors, and they just go out and out. Try to have a magical portal to buy stuff online shopping, but the couriers aren't making it easy. Why is it taking 8+ days for a package to go from Sydney a bit south to a bit south of Canberra? That is a long time. But yeah, John Van Hay. Probably not out towards the edges, but across the street is fine. Yep. Public land? You mean the new frontier? Yeah. The new frontier of just above ground level. But hey, I see this as doing a public service. Look at all the shelter that they have now. But I might be trying to take it to a bit of an extreme. So this is the front, and so far I've explored up like 4-ish floors. I kind of want to know what space I'm working with, so I can plan out accordingly. You can go out here. So far I've not been able to do anything more there. But things get a bit interesting more like around here. I may be expanding towards the castle. Let's look at this monstrosity I've got going. You can touch it. It's starting to Z-fight there a bit as well. So I've been doing a bit of experimentation with trying to figure out just how far you can expand away from your original plot of land. Haven't gotten that far yet because I need to increase my brick production, because I've basically been making like little grids of walls here, which are pretty pricey in terms of brick compared to how much I'm producing. But yeah, like if I was to start deleting things, it would yeah, and see it starts to sort of suggest that it will be deleting things. But I'm guessing that you can basically go up either one full like double size floor per level, or maybe one every two, and still keep your support in place. Maybe so we might find a limit to that. But basically, I think the higher you go, as long as you keep expanding out a little bit each time, you can probably just expand out as far as you want. So yeah, there is actually an achievement in the game for finishing the game without buying any new land, which I think is meant to encourage you, of course, to just build vertically on that original block that you have. But this is also an option. I think the original roof is all gone and consumed. You can buy it. What's that cost? Yeah, I might try buying one of these today, like this 150 silver one, or the one over there, just to maybe make like a dedicated fuel producing area, and maybe make a dedicated fertilizer producing area. We'll see. But yeah, honestly, in the heat you're dealing with today, you'll take no sun view happily. Yeah, we're just getting to hopefully the end of a long heat wave here. It was like 40 Celsius here today, but it should start going down soon. Also fits with construction of older buildings. Oh yeah, yep. Where you have wood beams laid across a stone first floor, balancing the weight of the exterior. Yeah. Those third floors are straight out of Wizard Sword. Yeah. So cursed. Yep. This is also a much funnier option. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Vicar, hey, chicken in. So I'm going to keep going with this monstrosity, but I do think we need to beef up our clay, like our brick production here. And I'm just going to get rid of these platforms now, because I don't think I'll be using them much. But I would like to have a storefront that occupies most of this floor, and stuff is just thrown down from upper levels into like the catches, whatever they're called, the hoppers. Pop. I don't have them bookmarked. Anyway, yeah, and then they just get thrown into the shop things, and then all the construction stuff just happens above and out of the way. All right, let's not get too distracted. Let's get rid of these. Because yeah, now that I don't have to fit in between these little legs for everything, I can be a bit more creative with my production line designs, I guess. And I might just clone this. Supposed to go from 38 today to 19 on Monday. Just can't make up its mind. Yeah, it's going to make similar changes here, down from like 40 today to like mid to low 30s tomorrow, then down into the 20s for the rest of the weekend, which I am glad about, because it's been too hot for too long here. I've still got my mattress behind me in here to sleep in the air conditioning. I've been sleeping here all week because it's, yeah, we had I think it's like hottest night on record in the capital city here of Adelaide. It was like 34.1 minimum on one night at like just before 7 a.m. Just before the sun rose up and started cooking us again for like a second, like 43-degree day in a row. Also time to buy the peasant houses and turn them into gear making factories here. Turn that metaphor into a real, actual gears. All right, so we're probably making enough fuel here to power both. So I don't need to clone that part. We just need these. Well, these assemblers are putting out. This assembler is putting out 15 a minute of clay, but that's only being consumed at 10. So if I duplicate this part, I could make 2 kilns, which might match up with the fuel count there. Used to live near Elizabeth and got brutal then. Yes, yeah. Elizabeth is usually a little bit warmer than city, right? Because it's a bit north. Never actually been there, but yeah. Oh, go away. All right, so yeah, let's duplicate this stone crusher setup. Not including the purchasing portal. That'll do for now. I would like an option to flip things around. Like you can rotate, but you can't flip. But well, maybe in future. I guess maybe not all things can actually be flipped like that. So yeah. And yeah, core vacation. Hey, how's it going? Make sure that purchasing portal is topped up. And that was all off by a couple, but maybe I don't care. In fact, maybe that might help, because I'll need to route some stuff around here. I don't know how much I like the catapults for just regular transporting materials at the moment. So yeah, well, nothing particularly against them, I think. I just think I prefer belts and prefer looking and seeing what's on belts rather than trying to figure out what's flying through the air. I suppose I could send the coal up that way. Although, maybe not. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Join those two before putting them down. Then do that. And then we can split like that. Halfway to making gunpowder, got the sulfur and nitra. Do I? What's the sulfur? But you can make blasting powder because you make cannons later. So, yeah, wherever that is. In fact, yeah, there. Current. I don't know where the blasting powder comes from. Maybe it comes when you actually research cannon. There we go, black powder. Made from something and something that I can't click on there. Yeah. All right. So we have 30 a minute of those. And I'm going to end up with crap in my inventory, but whatever. Let's just get rid of that box. I can use the contents anyway. Same with these belts. do that. Oh, insufficient material, need clay. All right, let's steal from this. Get rid of that. Do that. Okay. Gives similar vibes to playing Tekkit mod pack for Minecraft back in the day. Oh, I don't know much about Minecraft, but yeah, interesting. World's smallest conveyor belts, yeah. That's why I think this game really feels like a Factorio playset to me. Maybe Satisfactory, I don't know, but I think since it's all on a grid, it makes me feel more like Factorio, despite the fact that it's in 3D. Alright, so 10 a minute, 10 a minute, 10 a minute. Okay. I want to combine the outputs of these. This big backlog of clay here. Right. I think that charcoal production, that coke production is charcoal. I think that charcoal production is enough. It looks like it's not, but I think it's just because it was busy filling up that other belt. But we'll see, I suppose. Can always use that as an opportunity to change fuel, but I need the charcoal powder for the clay anyway. Actually, why don't I just build another storage box here temporarily? Clay go in there. Might reintroduce just a small buffer there. Just in case I need to come along and grab clay for myself at some point, so move that into there. I'll let that drain out like that. Nothing more permanent than a temporary solution. Yeah, right? Alright, we're not currently outputting anything there. Let's fix that. We'll make a decent sized buffer for bricks, since that's used in construction. Might not be enough. Yeah, we might have to change the fuel up for this. But that side's... Alright, so this is taking 30 a minute. Well, okay, those two things are taking 30 a minute on their own. And each one of these... Yeah. So this is taking... This will only be producing at most 30 a minute. Because it has to power itself. So there's some loss in the output. Time for more throughput. Well, we need... it may be time for a different fuel type. So I might just do a basic replacement of fuel here with coal, because we need the charcoal powder. Except ideally, the charcoal powder will just be going straight onto this line, and these furnaces could be powered by the coal, and then brought down here to power these furnaces too. So I think I'm just going to go with a basic setup there for like crushed coal ore into coal, which you can then further refine to coke, but that needs a crucible and basically one of these setups, and and it's not a huge increase, not like going from charcoal to just a coal. So the increase there would only be from 756 to 840. But yeah, getting the fuel in there. Probably want to tear down all this. So yeah, charcoal powder will come out of there, and we need that as charcoal powder, but we'll go with a different fuel source. So let's get the rock crusher in there. Just go there. Unsung, hey, how's it going? Shuffling on in. Actually, let's put it straight in. So buy coal there. We put a bit of money in it. Another bit, and it's not cheap. 4,800 per, but it should be used pretty slowly. So that'll come out as that. So I'm just going to put it straight in as fuel for the moment. It's kind of why I'm thinking of making dedicated fuel making areas. Let's get rid of that. So I can ship fuel around to things that need it and make it all in one place. Potion Gwillums, heading to battle and would like your strongest manufactured potion. Sorry, all I'm selling at the moment are... I got a couple of vitality potions. But do you want some wooden gears? Some rope? Some nails, some glass, some pulleys, some bricks. I've got plenty of them in this alchemy shop. Half alchemy, half general store, apparently. So yeah, let's take them out. Still running on a bit of charcoal, apparently. Weird. Let's stick them in there. That can be cut off there. I could go under there, but whatever. So now the output of these alone should be enough to cover those inputs. I could add more crucibles on there, but meh. No need for any extra. So and yeah, there are double height things that would make that involve less things to build, but I'm finding that I don't want to build those double height platforms unless I really need to, because then if I want to then put another belt in the middle, I've got to remove the double height thing, which is going to remove the thing above it. Hopefully they make that sort of stuff a bit easier in future for you to like replace buildings that are load bearing. With another building that is load bearing just for convenience. Yeah, because if I wanted to change these things on the bottom to, I don't know, blocks or something like that, it's like it's going to remove all that, which I know makes sense because they're not actually being supported by anything on the sides, but I feel like that's a convenience thing that they could make for a game to somehow either make it so you can remove the things on the bottom or replace them with like a one-to-one. It's like, I don't know, hold the block and do that and it replaces it or something. But yeah, 6'5", hey, goat on a train, hey, how's it going? All right, yeah, so using coal there. We are now making about 3 times as many bricks as we were before. Which I am wanting to increase my brick production purely so I can build more Cursed Factory. And by Cursed Factory, I mean I'm exploring the limits of what the game considers buildable area. So I've been expanding upwards and outwards a little bit, just trying to see what I can do. And this involves bricks and wood. So the wooden planks are easy enough to come across. In fact, I should probably stop throwing these out and start accumulating them instead. Going full, let's game it out. Yeah. Although I've only ever heard of Let's Game It Out. I've never actually watched their stuff. But it seems like I am. But yeah, I have a practical reason for it because I don't really like feeling constrained in these games. Like you see how I played what is it? Satisfactory, right? I just built a massive platform up in the sky. There we go. Wait, that does not seem... No, they're not connected there, are they? I don't need that much storage for that anyway. Let's just do this. And then it's symmetrical. Right. So yeah, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. And if these block up, then I'll grab them and put them in a bin manually later. Let's copy that. So I'm actually starting to think that you can do that style in this game as well. You just need a bit of patience with gradually expanding outwards. So I think technically you might have unlimited, well, close to unlimited space anyway. Actually, no, you probably reach a bounding box of the map. Whatever, 1,000 catapults. Because you can actually just wander out. I didn't even think about doing this when I first started looking at this game, but yeah, you can. My frame rate's a bit fucky. Hang on. It's weird. Why? There we go. Okay. Yeah, you can just wander out the front. And there's a little kind of forest here. And you can look back and see the town. I haven't wandered around there to see if there's anything hidden. I don't think there is. I very much doubt it. You can walk up to these big rocks that are kind of like stand-ins for the mountains of... the foot of the mountains, rather. So, I don't know. You could probably expand up high enough where you could actually make a big, like, funnel of a factory if you wanted. Gubrin, hey, you bought this game because my gameplay, you're enjoying it a lot. Oh, nice. Yeah, happy to hear. I know it's always a gamble when it comes to early access, right? But I feel like there's enough. Like, look at this. Oh, God. I feel like there's enough going on that it's worth that. Well, it's not even $20 US. So yeah, how much money have we got? That costs 800 silver. I've only got 900. All right, let's do a little experiment over here. But yeah, let us know how you going, Gubrin. Anyone else playing this as well? Like, what are your thoughts? What do you like? What are your gripes? 150 silver. All right, let's grab this, because now I'm curious to see whether that's expanded the allowable build area. Yes, okay. As suspected, it has, just not down here. But I guess we can't build up there. We can't build there until we actually put a thing there ourselves. Yep, okay. Kind of makes sense. So yeah, I might make this into like a little fuel production area, maybe. I might keep those. It's really weird that I was able to build out here at first anyway. Yeah, so this remains non-buildable. That is without support. So that fixes that. So I imagine you can build out to maybe around here or so. USD 18 bucks. Yeah. Excellent. So at the start of a skyscraper's construction, yeah, it is all basically looking like scaffold, which is kind of intentional. I don't think there's any limit on how high you can go, apart from maybe like a hard limit of the map or something, which I've not built up to find yet. I do know that you can, I think you're limited by your available material on how high you can make these lifters. Like in Satisfactory, they had a limit, but that's just insufficient material I'm getting. So let me grab some more rope. Like one time I made a Satisfactory tower that was basically taking the main bus approach and making it into 3D, just going straight up, like one product per floor, basically. And it ended up taller than the limit of the model of the space elevator. Like even above, like the circular bit of the space elevator at its visual top, there's like a big cable that runs off the top of that, and that model eventually finishes, and it was taller than that. But to span those distances, you had to use multiple of these. Like these would have a limit, like of like say that much, and then you'd have to chain them back to front. This does not seem to be the case. I think maybe that's it. Like 1028. Is it 1 per 4, 6, 8? So it's 2 per. So that's around 20, yeah, around 512 units high, I suppose, roughly. So if we take, we can actually, I guess we can calculate maybe the allowable height then, unless that's just based off our own like ability to select a distance, right? Let's grab a bit of extra wood. Do it from the top of a table and see if it's shorter. Yeah, maybe. Or from another floor. Because I have stairs running up those at the moment, so I can get there. This. All right. So using a floor. So this is the default floor height, the floor of the store. That's 1028 as well. And we just limited on wood. And when I change, or when I jump, that doesn't change. Ceiling versus, yeah. Anyway, let's get some more rope. Let me finish what I'm doing right now, because I'm not understanding what you mean. I might end up doing what you're suggesting anyway. Where's somewhere? Well, I'll just go up another floor to somewhere that I've not filled in. So that's also 128. So maybe it's 1028. It's just like the limit of the elevator thing, not a, yeah. Seems like it. Let's try a thing. It's, oh, fuck, you need nails for that. All right. The Minecraft block tower. Space Program Online, yeah. Sorry, you were saying you've only started, Gubrin says, trying to refine your plant production. Yeah. Cool. Damn it. I should make a macro for this. Jump, click, jump, click, jump, click, jump, click, jump, click. Shit. I can't be bothered doing that since it pushes you off. I could make it using the wider ones, but that's more iron. I could make it using just the wooden blocks. Can you resize them? No. Shame you can't. Hang on. Yeah, tables. Gonna need more wood. I'm probably not going to do a version 2 of this. I'm just curious. Time to test full damage. No, I can confirm there is no full damage. Hey. But this is the world's tallest diving board. But yeah, big bag cater, hey. You sure this alchemist isn't named Bobby? Whoop. Ow. And at least it's easy to dismantle. Confirmed demolition of 55 tables. I mean objects. Yes. If I just try one more time for the conveyor lifter. Yeah, that's 1028. So I'd say that 1028, whatever, divided by 2, so 514. 514. Seems to be the upper limit of lifter heights, which does not seem to be the map limit, at least. Whether you as a player character can actually go up that high without being kill planed is another question, of course. So yeah, now that I have more bricks and more wood, let's continue with the exploration monstrosity. Let's get more. Check on this. This is all right. This is fine. Just need more cash in the purchasing portal for stone. In fact, I'll make that 30,000. You can pipe this stuff in over belts. I just haven't done it. And for now, I think I'm still hand feeding some of the plants, some of the original plants, but not often. Yeah, these. Every now and then I just come over and grab some from there and just put it in there. Let's replace the rope because that's kind of expensive to make. Let's keep it a little bit on hand. Replace some of the nails as well. And I'll go replant those plants. Oh, Bob, right. Bobby drop tables, yep. Joke's on you, we use NoSQL around here. Oops. continue experimenting with this plot over here. So I just bought this plot to maybe, well, to confirm that the allowable like build area does actually get extended. So you don't have to use catapults and cannons to connect buildings together. You can just build up above ground level. Whether you want to do that or not is another question, but you can. Actually, I might stick to the pattern that I established over the other side. And that is to put the small tiles like that around the ground level supporting wall, just so I know where they are. And then assuming there's room, yep, that works. Big tile in the middle. And it would be nice if you could click drag these tiles, but you cannot. Oh, my neck's a bit sore. Hang on. I might just have to change how I'm sitting because my neck's getting sore for some reason. Zoop, yeah, you can zoop just about everything else, just not these, apparently. Figured you'd sanitize your inputs like a responsible dragon. Yes, I use libraries that do that for me. Okay. Not buildable here. Outside building area, damn it. Right. I guess all this has probably got like a bounding box that preventing you from building in there, but that might change as we go like a little bit up. In fact, let's start with the bigger tiles here. Yeah, all right. Good. There. You also can't sample these, and you don't get a highlight when you try to deconstruct them until you click on them. So something kind of special about walls and floors. I did actually discover as well that you can, in a roundabout way, you can make free floating floors. So if this is all disconnected, right? If I remove them, or try to, right, it's going to start removing those to the point of removing everything. But I stumbled across a trick when I was just experimenting with different walls to use around here, and I was like, oh, what would it look like? Because these are the different type of wall tiles. You got your door, your half wall, your roof line thing, your solid window back to your door. These roofline ones have some either buggy or weird properties to them. So watch what happens. They do act as supports like that. So let me just remove this, do it like one at a time. Yeah, all good. So I can remove them, and that's not resulting in any loss of tiles anymore either, you know, as you'd expect if they're acting as supports. Okay, so all that flooring is supported by these weirdly shaped, well, not weirdly shaped on their, you know, but on their own. Yeah, odd usage. I will now delete them all. Or try to. Nothing. this is all free floating now. It's not connected by this. This is not there, basically, as far as this is concerned. It does mean that you can't add stuff to the top because it's no longer really supported. Okay, maybe not. I think in some cases you can, but that, yeah, like there's not enough support. Like that should be possible, you know, if it was properly supported, but it's not. It's walls higher in the engine, same as any other. It's not like actual models involved in physics interaction. It can't. No, actually, it is. You'd be surprised, maybe, because it's meant to form part of the roof line that you can actually navigate on. So you can walk up and down that. You can even, like, it's even got spots for supports for grid-based things, and yeah, like you could run like belts along its line if you really want, which is kind of interesting. So I'm sure someone will come up with some interesting designs for that. Yeah, it's like a magician pulling a tablecloth off the table. Yeah, exactly. So I did have all this originally supported with just these, and then I was like, pulled the support on it, and I was like, oh, look at that. Now the whole thing's just free floating in the air, but then I couldn't really do much above it because it wasn't actually supported anymore. The support simulation strongly doubt involved the models. No. Yeah. But it does involve some sort of contact though. So I think there's maybe like corners that are supported and maybe not supported on a model or something like that. But who knows? I'm not about to try and figure that stuff out. It's a neat trick, but it's probably a bug that they'll fix at some point. Or maybe no, maybe they won't. Unless it's actually causing some problems, maybe they'll just leave it as is. Yeah, I don't actually know how to align roof tiles like that. Oh, maybe like that. I wonder if you could... Oh, damn it, you can't do that. I was hoping you could do that, like expand outwards, because that's not technically like on the ground, but I guess the whole disallowed grid is like up to there. You could make, I guess you could make a half pipe, like a skating half pipe. How did I get that to work? There. Damn it. Damn it, Bobby. Drop tables. Okay. Yeah, it seems to be this, like when these are the last things that are supporting a structure, it's like removing it seems to not affect the stuff above. So yeah, let's put a little half pipe, like skating ramp on the top of here until we actually get here. It's like, and do something else. I don't know. Where's the center? There. Is there a different flooring that I can put there that makes it look kind of unique? No. Everything else kind of needs full underneath support. You could make these your access up instead of stairs. You could make ramps. You could make these roof lines to be the ramps and ramps up instead of stairs. It'd be wide, but you could do it unless. No, you can't. There's no. It says you can switch forms. Oh, they're just color differences. Okay. Doesn't let you. Ah, damn it. Maybe you could combine this because there's these bouncy pad things, which I haven't built yet. Bounce shrooms. So maybe you could do something like that, like have bounce shrooms here. It's like you go up, and like, jump, and then back down, and we'll come back to that.
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Beware cursed creations afoot. All right, we'll make a skate ramp, I guess, in Alchemy, in Alchemy Factory. Just in time to hear Sisters of War, though. Scavenging mechanic. Hey, how's it going? Welcome on in. Thanks for the raid. My name's Gwillem. Welcome to the lair. We're playing some Alchemy Factory as I'm exploring the limits of what we might be able to build. And I need to move those chat bubbles over a bit. They're a bit too far over to the right. Actually, maybe I can do that live now. Hang on. I'll get a shout out for Scavenger Mechanic though. Thank you for the raid. Really do appreciate it. Yeah. Ditherwraith, Pelanova, hey, how's it going? What we up to? Playing some Space Station 14. Ooh, nice. How's that going these days? Want to see some fun automated spaghetti you have? Yeah, you probably come to the right place.
Hello.
And I'm just about to start exploring some cursed, like, basically, the game tells you you've got a buildable area, but then you build up and over it. Yeah. So, all right, let me change. No, I can't actually change that live. Oh well. SS14 still a chaotic mess and well fun. Yeah, nice. I tried to get into 13, but I just couldn't understand the hell was going on. Like, there was just too much. But I imagine 14 is a bit more comprehensible since it's a bit more graphical, right? I just found it hard to keep track of, like, stuff people were saying being displayed on one side of the screen and stuff that people were doing being displayed elsewhere and all the things happening. And I just, yeah, it made it hard to actually just keep track of what was going on, you know, unless you had a lot of experience. So, it's a lot more user-friendly. Fair enough. Yeah, could consider it as like a community game at some point. My only concern there is just, like, there just seem to be some people that would persistently troll in that game when I observed other people playing community games of Space Station 13. Anyway. So yeah, of course, Scavenger Mechanic, if you need to post-stream self-care and all that, yeah, make sure to look after yourself. You know, need to raid and run, go right ahead, but you're welcome to hang around, of course, and see that I'm... Oops. This game does not lock its mouse. I'm currently experimenting with this monstrosity, trying to expand out and see just how far we can go. So I've just had to expand my, increase my production of bricks to support this experimentation. Because the placement of the walls requires bricks. SS13 was super server community based. Yeah, everyone who loved it or hated it is basically objective takes on it. Yeah, King Raggles, hey. So yeah, we have a little spaghetti factory under here producing a few things. You can, there was like an original building here that you can destroy the floors and walls of and just make it your own. So you can see the original floors were around here. So yeah, and like this roller coaster ride of belts bringing things for sale that's still in place because they did originally snake around a door like that. But that's now all gone and is being consumed by experimentation. Did you actually make spaghetti? I mean, this linen looks like pasta to me. It looks like sheets of lasagna pasta. So that's the closest thing. So yes, forbidden spaghetti. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Hopefully here finally getting over the heat wave that we've had. All right, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I just demonstrated that you can, with a bit of trickery. So ignore this wall here because it's not actually part of our factory, so it's not supporting anything here. With a little bit of trickery, you can actually make floors that are freestanding. Roper's forbidden noodles, yeah. So it involves using these roof line walls that are meant to be used, you know, on the roof. But they act as supports for those floors anyway. So if you just build your floors on top of them, and then you can remove them, and it just stays freestanding. But you can't do much else then, because once you start building on top of it, like actual walls on top of that, like say here, no, here, there. Oh, that looks okay actually. That didn't work over here. Damn it. This game's a bit finicky sometimes. Yeah, so even there it's saying like not enough support. Can't build. But that seems fine. That seems fine. That seems fine. Weird. So yeah, anyway, I bought this little plot of land that's across the road from our original plot just to see if you can actually connect them over the road. Because I think the game's intent is that you use things like catapults, which you can move goods around via catapults. So like you could send it over there. You know, that I think that might be a bit too far anyway. But you also get access to cannons to move stuff around. But let me just put those walls back in. Yeah, when I've got a factory game that isn't just basically unlimited in every direction like Factorio pretty much is, and Satisfactory is big enough that it may as well be, I like to know what my like construction limits are so I can plan accordingly, you know. So if I get rid of that, it's overlapping there. Yep. So you can actually just connect those together. But can you make ginger beer in this? Been thinking about soda a bit lately. There's no food items as far as I know. Like apart from the potions, like those mushroom, you can't even sell the mushrooms. I don't know. This list is not searchable, so I can't easily search the things that are researched. But I was pondering, like the first time that I streamed this, I pondered that this game is set up perfectly for someone to mod to be food based. It's got all the right bits, like the right kind of base mechanics for that sort of stuff. So I imagine that someone's going to make something like a pastry factory game, you know, or just a food factory game that takes this and adds in mods that lets you like bake bread and make sweets and grow coffee and roast the beans and serve hot coffee or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, like automated cafe, bakery. Which it wouldn't have to be limited to baked goods, but that's just what comes to mind. It'd be nice and cozy, you know. If I had the time and patience, I'd probably give that a try myself, actually, whenever they put out modding tools. Although it is Unreal Engine, so maybe it can just be modded whether they officially support it or not. Really fast food delivered by Catapult, yeah. Just don't make a foo factory. Foo Finance would be by soon enough if you did. I'll make a bar factory instead. Or maybe a Baz factory. Or a Quux factory, however you pronounce that. Not a Cux factory, that's something else entirely. So yeah, might be spending a fair bit of time today just exploring the limits of what the game allows for you. I was about to say, yeah. So it looks like that is still outside buildable area, but we can put a wall in there, I think. I don't even need to make my own staircase up here. I've got one here for free. Yeah, that's probably all replaceable with larger ones. Can we keep going out there? We can, yeah. All right, so that's not enough support out there, which is a different message from not buildable area, like there. Say that's as far as we can go that way. Yep. Although that might change once you get up to there and put other stuff, but there, that's an interesting exploration out that way. It's basically mirroring what's happening over there. So on the pre-rolls, they're less annoying for subs or people with turbo because you don't pause, but what I've seen in terms of others is that it creates friction to discoverability. People bounce off them. Yeah. And I've heard and assumed the same as well, but yeah, I think, I don't know. I think once you know what pre-rolls get you, you're more likely to hold on for a little while to get into the stream. And I've also noticed that when pre-rolls play, a lot of the time I see the small player preview of the stream as well. So I can kind of get an idea of what's going on. And that's an improvement compared to the last time I considered the style of ads. Maybe if they didn't run pre-rolls for raiders. I don't think they do. I don't remember getting pre-roll as a raider. You did get building permission from the local council, yes. Yes. I paid money to someone a while ago, and I don't know, I'd do things and no one seems to be complaining. Yeah, I guess next time we get a raid, we can maybe ask and see if anyone got hit with pre-rolls when they came on in. Or if anyone came over with Scavenging Mechanics raid and is here, and you can maybe let us know whether you got ads or not. Like 15 or 30 seconds of ads. Drew's been pretty good at picture-in-picture approach to ads. Yeah, hoping soon they'll do always skippable ads so you don't have to sit through 2 minutes of being told how good. Yeah, I doubt it. Because when you get an ad break that's that long, it's usually because the streamers configured it that way. So they get a certain amount of ad run in exchange for removing pre-rolls. So if they have that ad space booked, they're going to run it, and it's not going to be skippable. It's been a while since you've not had turbo for a while, or you've had turbo. I can't mouse out to click on names. not unless I really need to. But yeah, let's go up. Yeah, I think generally the experience is a bit better these days for pre-rolls than they used to be. And one experience I had originally was getting the occasional random mid-roll in streams, which I assumed was a feature of like not running blocks of ads as well. But that doesn't seem to be a thing now either. So it was either I was like misremembering, but I'm not the only one that remembered it that way. I can say that for sure. Or it was like a bug that they fixed, something. But this was before the time of, I can't remember. Okay, I was misreading the synths there. It's been a bit since you've seen ads, as you've had turbo for a while, right? Yeah. God. I've gotten away from using the word synths for as a replacement for therefore, because it's just a writing, it's part of the what do you call it? The tech writing conventions at work to make sure there's no ambiguity between since for a time comparison and since for like therefore or because or as or given that. So it's not to say that anyone has to change their habits. It's just that's the way I read it at the moment, just habitually now through work. And when I see someone using since anything, it's like, oh well, you're going to open that as a documentation pull request, and the conventions checker is going to hopefully ping you for that, so I don't have to mention it. So it's just become habit now. Ooh, we can expand more on the floor here. All right, I might have been in the middle of doing this before anyway, and then just run out of materials like I have now. Whee! And that's not even all the way to the floor. So yeah, the street sign's just poking up through the floor here. Cash register is okay. Goods are okay. Potions still aren't being made very quickly. I meant to double this up here, but I figured I'd just wait until I start moving stuff around. Right. Let's grab some wood, giggity. And some bricks, giggity. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to grab some bricks. She's a brick. All right. Your multi-layered belts. Going to do this on your side for sure. Yeah. It's like a miniature. Yeah, it is like a miniature town. This is like a roller coaster. This actually reminds me of a roller coaster that used to be outside of Sydney at Australia's Wonderland called the Bush Beast. You just see it from the road, big wooden construction. Always looked janky, but it was quite solid. Never had any like accidents like that I know of. Yeah. But yeah, I'd like to get to a point where I'm making like a main bus like thing, but that might have to be spread over several levels because you can't just infinitely go out. But I don't know, maybe by the time that I get it above some of these buildings, there'll be enough space to just do it anyway, all on one floor. Main bus is a factory design style that's common in Factorio, but it basically requires you to have a very large amount of space in 2 dimensions, but you've only got one very large dimension available in this until you actually get up to a point like this maybe. I don't know, and from seeing a bit of Salford Sal's gameplay of this, I actually don't think this game's necessarily designed for you to scale out really, really big, like you might do in Factorio. Not that you can't. I just think like the production stuff is more about complexity rather than scale. Because I think you get things like replaced and superseded with more efficient or more like productive versions of previous things. Whereas like it's a bit of that happens in Factorio, but the more that you expand and go up in tech in Factorio, like the more that you're consuming some of those raw materials without really having replacements for them. It's like you get to near the end of the base game playthrough where you're having to churn out a bunch of low density structures and you're just burning through copper like there's no tomorrow. You're draining patches of copper just to make those, which is a complete flip from near the start of the game where you end up really heavily burning through iron. But at least from what I've seen so far, it's like, so we had that wood that would go into charcoal and make a fuel source, but now we've got coal that replaces that. And I know from reading I right-clicked on something then. Okay, navigate through the book here. What was I going to say? Yeah, so there's like even the advanced fertilizer that we have now that is crazy good gets replaced with, I think there's one more, and then there's like an actual growth potion somewhere. Blast potion can be used as a fuel source and it's huge. So I'm guessing the future processes just use a lot more power, a lot more of those resources, but you don't have to produce the raw resources as much because you get different ones. I think. Anyway, obviously I haven't played that far yet, but yeah. So this transformation potion, and there's a growth potion in here somewhere that I just can't see with my eyes as I scan through. Fertile catalyst fertilizer. So yeah, there's a fertile catalyst, and then there's a panacea potion, which is also both a fuel and a fertilizer. I don't know. Moon tier. Anyway. So yeah. Things probably just get more hungry for various resources, but they, and by resources I mean like fuel and heat and this and that and the other nutrients. But you seem to get replacements for those rather than just having to put down like a million woodcutters, table saws, making wood for fuel, to take that example to an extreme. Anyway, so that's as far as we can build out that way. Then all I've been doing is putting down walls out to those edges and see what happens. So even that was saying like not enough support, which means it's no longer a problem of like buildable space or allowable space to build in. It's actually lack of support. So not enough support. Yeah. So that's not changed any of that. Sometimes this changes as you put more walls out here. This is why I needed to increase the brick production. These walls, despite looking just like wood, require equal amounts of wood and brick. Which is kind of weird. But whatever. Not enough support. All right. Well, maybe we're reaching a limit here. Let's go up a floor on the stairs. Not enough support there, which is kind of weird because I think it's actually supported from underneath. No, all right. That might be why. Let's see if I can cap the end off in there. No. I think I've been checking to see if I can do that for each floor. I'll just... Whee! Whoops. Well, shit. Didn't hey? I am experimenting a bit to try and find how the game limits you or doesn't limit you with encroaching on your neighbors, basically. And I'm out of wood. So yeah, our factory is just churning away, making a bit of money, not huge amounts. Although I'm now, yeah, okay, there we go. We have 1,000 silver. Let me just check my thing. I need to put money. So these purchasing portals are coin operated. You can feed money into them via belts, but I haven't done that yet. So every now and then I just go around and put some money in them. Crazy seeing all the tiny treadmills. Yeah, it's really cute. That's out of money altogether. This feeding... Oh, that's making sand for glass. As well as something else here. I think this is fertilizer. So yeah, let's just load that up. And I remember where the purchasing portals are by looking for the lights, the little candles here. And yep, that should be around 100,000. That's pretty pricey stuff. And actually not producing at the moment because the wood storage in here is full up, but that's kind of what I need. I should get more bricks while I'm down here. So I did actually do some legitimate factory building earlier because I had to scale up this brick production. So duplicated that fairly easily because the game has its tools for that. So you can just go like, just select them and hit confirm, and you can copy that stuff. Actually, for an early access game, there's quite a bit of quality of life built in. Like stuff that didn't come for a long time in other games. They've kind of already got baked in already. And then some other things they're lacking on, but we'll get there. Need a separate teleporter portal to take coins from the register and feed them into the purchasing portals. Yeah. I was kind of wondering that. It's like we can buy stuff through the portals. We can also dispatch through portals. But you need to have a contract in place, which, by the way, is lower than selling via these, because it's a wholesale price, so it's reduced. But I imagine it would be good to sell like excess, maybe. So you can just keep producing things and selling via the wholesale price. But with all that technology in place, technology, magic, why can't I just shove stuff into a portal and pull it out somewhere else? Because that would probably trivialize things, of course. So, yeah. But if they limited the distance on that, yeah, like an awesome sink kind of, or more like the, what are those things in Satisfactory that are like the vacuum storage things, or the different dimension storage, you can upload into and download out elsewhere. The dispatch portal is stable income. Yeah, that as well. Yeah. But yeah, Cordoza, hey, how's it going? You always know how much you're getting a day. Yeah, that does have an upper limit though, but I imagine that's quite high in practice. So I think it's like, yeah. So you get, in this case, you send out 50 bandages and you get 12 silver, but you can send out a maximum of 800. Maybe that goes up later. And I think that's mentioned in one of the upgrades, maybe like the contracts. Amount bonus, I don't know. Maybe you can even cancel out the wholesale price by taking them. So far, I've just spent my points on fuel and fertilizer efficiency because I don't want to change the math on all the logistics yet. The pocket dimensions, yeah. It's really funny how you made this mega wooden pseudo building amoeba all around while the actual useful stuff still, you put clearly into all this is still, yeah, because this was all, so this is like the original wall layout of the store that you get to start with. Like that, and one there as well. And then there's a door there. And a door there with, there was a second floor up there with a fancy roof, and I've ripped it all down. So you buy this like one block of land here, and then you can buy another little plot around there, and you can buy other neighboring ones as well, but they get significantly more expensive as you go. So I've only just bought this one here today just to test if you can actually build across, and you can. So yeah, you're not limited to using catapults, for example, to cross those bridges or spaces rather, or cannons. You can just build. So yeah, all this is here because that's where I originally built things. I just haven't expanded out because I am now preoccupied with the hang on, I want to be careful about this. That I'm not destroying anything above. All right. So I'm now preoccupied with experimenting with this monstrosity out here just to see how far we can actually expand out over the allowable build area. Although eventually it won't be much of an issue because you get 1,000 gold, which we're a ways away off that. You can buy that block, for example, which would make all of that buildable underneath it as well. But the same principles would apply, right, for how far out you can build. I don't know if you can... Yeah, none of those are for sale. This is not for sale. Weirdly, there's a building right in the corner here that is for sale. So this one is 50 gold. None of these are, and yet this one is for 500 gold. I'm not sure what use that would have. It's like tiny plot challenge maybe, but you can't start with it. Was it? Oh yeah, it's 500 copper. Yeah, you're right. So I guess that is what it's for then. Yeah. I assumed it was 500 gold because it was so far away. So maybe that is what it's for. Because there's an achievement in here for, well, it's called the Architect, and it's for making a factory without buying. You couldn't do that actually. Yeah, complete the game without buying any land. So you couldn't even buy that first plot. You'd have to make all your stuff inside the shop until you can level up enough to adjust the walls and then build up from there. Yeah, let the people keep their poultry homes beneath the looming presence of your wooden organism. Yep, pretty much. Complete the game without selling any goods to customers. Complete the game in 50 in-game days, and I'm already at 70. Produce a crown. Use a catapult to throw an automatic cashier into a cauldron. Craft a plank into an oblivion essence. Produce a plank using a cauldron. Great landowner. Buy all available lands. Finish all main quests. Reach level 100. Okay, yeah, so the I assume unless that's talking about levels of floors, which it's probably not. I guess that's saying what your alchemy level can get to beyond these researching levels, which I was wondering how that would work with upgrade points, considering some of these are marked as infinite. Yeah. 50 days to finish is probably the only real challenge. Might be, yeah. I guess it'd be pretty important to get where is it? The potion belt for that. You get points for free later. Okay. You want to buy the forest. So who's that? But without leveling up. Okay. What was I going to say? Yeah, so the potion belt, which lets you... It reduces the amount of time you need to sleep. So I don't see any real point in me getting that. But if you're trying to work within 50 days, then I imagine that would be pretty important. Get you a few hours extra a day. Unless you're relying on daily quests for something, maybe. Gloves, restocking speed also doesn't seem very important. Unless that reward changes to something different in subsequent levels. The game lasts 2 minutes more, yeah. But yeah, I haven't bothered going with that because I've been somewhat relying still on plant growth. So just for some of the old parts of the factory. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I get it. Anyway. All right. I suppose we'll keep expanding a little bit. go sleepless. I doubt it. Although, wait, no, maybe you can, but the end of day summary would probably still show restocking time. I don't understand what's the point of that. Yeah, like the whole game is about automating that stuff, right? So why would you do that unless it's an achievement to not automate that? I don't know. But yeah, I expect them to change those upgrade things at some point. Like everything else in this game, I suppose. So yeah, I'm basically just fucking around and finding out what the buildable area limits are. Maybe we'll actually get to some genuine factory improvements today. But I kind of like to know what limits that I'm working within anyway, and like maybe I choose to start rebuilding the factory on a slightly higher floor for more space. But it's funny, by the time I figure all this out, it's like I may as well just have bought the land. Gloves would be even more useless if in the sell nothing to customers run. Exactly, yeah, they have no point because you wouldn't be stocking anything. I can just be doing this from the floor above. Not enough support there. Interesting. So we may be hitting a limit, or at least a point where it becomes really slow. Don't think I can line that up from up here. Go out there. Not there though. I'll have to go for a quick break soon. I've been sitting here for a couple of hours, and also what's the temperature like out here now? It should be sun's going down here now, so it should be getting cooler and we should be getting a southerly. Yeah, it's under 30 degrees here now. It's like 10 degrees cooler from the middle of the day. So yeah, when I get up, I'll open up some windows around the house. We're getting there. Yeah, sometimes adding those floors allows for more. But I'm sure there's a pattern to this, that if you didn't want to explore like every single permutation of like footprint expanding building, then you could just like add one out on each floor or something and just go with that, so you didn't have to go through this as a rigmarole. Yeah. Oops. Just give me 1 second. Sorry. All right. I think I might take a quick break now. make that jump? No. What's a good view of this? Although if I pause the game, unfortunately, it blurs the view, right? So, yeah. Maybe the other side. Maybe I'll do a save, and then I'll reload the save when I get back. But I'm just going to step away for a couple of minutes and maybe get a milkshake and open up some windows to get some cool air through, even though it's going to be hot tomorrow. So, yeah. All right, I'll leave you with that cursed view, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. All right, so let's see if I can put some different music on. Maybe what if I say? All right, how about Kogano-san? Speaking of which, I'll be doing the live reading of Boat Murdered tomorrow. So it seems appropriate to have this. All right. Back soon. Out. All right, we're back. Just give me a moment to settle back in. But yeah, there's definitely a bit of a breeze kicking up outside. The actual wind itself, even though it's coming from the cool direction south, is still a bit warm, but it's still cooler than inside. And I was thinking I might have to reload the game, but I suppose there's no real reason to. I might just go around and check the money on those purchase portals. Sin, hey, how's it going? Have a bit of a meal shake. Okay. Let the monstrosity resume. Is there... Oh, we can actually build out a little bit there now. I think sometimes building floors above things actually allows you to build out slightly more underneath it as well. I think the support system in this game... Well, I wouldn't say buggy. I'd say, it's just an approximation, and of course, have its weird behaviors. Getting supported from above. All those are buildable now, and they weren't before. I saw that was not. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, there. And yet it looked like that was no. Partly. Anyway. Last time you were building a farm for ants, and now there's a mega structure. Yeah, and then I'll put a big farm for mini ants inside the mega structure when I am done with my shenanigans. Okay, so that's outside building area there. It's not a support. It's not a question of support, but that is support. So I wonder what the limitation there is. I think it might be this whole block. Yeah. So say this block here that's purchasable has a bounding box up to about there. So that's outside building area, outside building area. Not enough support. But yeah, I'm just basically fucking around to see how much of the area like surrounding us we can kind of encroach on, even though like we can just buy these. I can just buy this for 1,000 gold, just 1,000 gold, and so we'd be able to build in there anyway. But it'd be interesting to know, and maybe once I've got an idea for how it works, I might just start completely fresh and go for that no buying land achievement and just make it work like this. So just expand out the top of the original shop, just like flaring out the top of it now that I think about doing that, I'm actually quite tempted. I think it's time to go up another level. Because I don't really want to repeat this on all the corners that I'm working with here. I guess it's maybe I could then try and repeat it here, like just systematically, like follow a pattern. Like right now I'm doing it in a way that's exploring the limits, you know, sort of grid point by grid point. But if I could just simplify it and work on the assumption of, like, you know, 2 floors up, one grid out, 2 floors up, 1 grid out, or something like that, and just work with it, even though it's not optimal, it would be more manageable, more like easier to remember the layout. Me doing all this. Do I need to point out the fact that I have autism? But honestly, I just find this sort of shit just to be fun gameplay, to try and find the breaking points of games. Sometimes anyway. Depends on the game. Seems to be it for that floor. Autism power, hell yeah. And I'm only recently diagnosed. The value bundle of autism and ADHD. Yeah, the package deal, the 2 for 1. Shoppers like you also purchased this. Basically how ADHD and autism work anyway. There's so much overlap between them. Or so I'm told and so I read. Not in the least of which told by the guy that diagnosed me. Though I never did bother to get a second opinion, but I don't know if it matters. I'm fairly happy. So, yeah, look what you've done. Done a perfectly good factory sim and improved it into a non-Euclidean nightmare. Now, wait a minute. It's not quite non-Euclidean. It may be defying the laws of physics, but it is not quite that. So how's that? Yeah, it might be that you can go out like a half step, like a half wall width for each floor up. This is topologically and ontologically as far as it goes from building. No, I know that, but isn't it a non-Euclidean, like a shape that can't be represented in normal space? I can't remember now. I think of things like the Escher drawings of things that perspective tricks. But yeah, this is its own brand of silly. Well, that can go up more too. Okay. And now that the floors can go out a bit further too because they're supported by those walls. So now that's stuff that doesn't make sense. Vide, hey, how's it going?
I am a great magician.
My clothes are poison. Poison, tasty fish. Oh, I'm not doing anything on that side anyway. Maybe I should. I think floors seem to carry support themselves, so... Well, might have to repeat that all the way down for it to have an effect. All right, well, we are above the level of the windmill blades. So I'm coming for you, castle. I might just speed this up a little bit by going just out this direction now, just to see. God damn it. Yeah, we did get a weird increase of floor support on the level below, so I'm surprised. I'm not surprised that that didn't go out any further there. Crap. Yeah, I'm just kind of curious to see whether this keeps working just using like one wall out like this, or if it's actually benefiting from like the grid of support that I'm making there. Oops. Yeah, it might actually be supporting or benefiting from the extra support that I've been adding like underneath these. It's like a grid of things. Even though there's no extra ground level support there. one way to find out, I suppose. Insufficient materials. Whee! Whee! Oh yeah, we made a half pipe. There's not much we can do on it at the moment, but it's there. If I ever get those bouncy shrooms made, then I'll try these bounce shroom. Oh well, looks like you don't need to make them specifically. Hang on, you just need the ingredients in your inventory. Although I'm not buffering up those shrooms anywhere. Maybe I should. Let's do that for now. You need 20 each, so a small buffer will do. And while I'm down here, I suppose, I'm still doing a bit of manual harvesting just because I haven't been bothered automating was it this part, the old linen production. Just that, which I don't know, it's just making rope. Okay, so yeah, one of these. Oops. Needs to come with a warning label. Do not use indoors. And yet. Come on. I just want to see it like bounce me repeatedly against the ceiling. Trying to crawl onto it. Not quite. Okay, well. It's the closest we can get. How about in a doorway? Do customers get affected by it? Insufficient materials. I need more shrooms. Oh. Oh. 20 silver for providing them. Yeah, maybe. I can do all them as well. Let's get a bit of a cash injection while we're waiting to see if our trap works. Go on. They just don't. Oh wait. Huh? They pay for something then? Oh. Oh. Are they able to shop from there? Or maybe just grab one thing and they fuck off. They just disappear. All right. We've leveled up our shopping experience. They just fucking vanish. I'm sure they're trying to come in and grab multiple things, and they're like grabbing one thing and then just leaving. I wonder if that's specific to the mushrooms or it works with anything that's going to block their path. God damn it. All right, well, you're going to get trapped in here. What can I put down easily, quickly? Table. Oh, well, that made him disappear. Maybe that's... Okay, that's... Nope. It might be specific to something that they, like, the player can walk over, but is kind of blocking. Materials. Look at me getting distracted. All right, come in. Shop's open. Well, it's kind of working, just in a different way. That, yeah, the mushrooms seem to work better. All right, come on in.
Hello.
Crash a hole, eh? Checking in. Oh, there we go. Now you can actually get in. Sort of. Oh, don't mind me. I just want to see someone buy multiple things like that. Or if it kind of forces them just to get one thing. No, I think it's making them shop just for one item. Oh, it doesn't seem to be limited by reach. One item in range, yeah, maybe. But everything's just here anyway. Although I saw them grab nails, which is the furthest one over here, apart from mortar. I wonder if it's overall quicker to have them just come in and do that one thing without, like, walking around and doing stuff. Just makes me laugh how they just disappear. Hop. Hop. Gone. I can't think of anything else that might work like that I can be bothered trying anyway. Don't ask me why I'm trying this. I just like kind of fucking with games. Might be more customers and no one's complaining about missing items, mate. Yeah. Or maybe they are and we're just not seeing it because they're immediately disappearing. Although that one stayed for a bit longer. It's no soap. Okay, yeah. So I think if you have it right at the front door, they just fucking disappear. So anyway. I'm going to leave that there for a laugh, actually. How far out can I build it and have it still work? I think it must be specific to mushrooms. Like, it probably doesn't block pathfinding, but they can't move through it anyway. Whereas the other things probably block pathfinding in a different way. They're grabbing multiple things. Yeah, so that's different again. It was when it was, I think, in here. Only mushroom. Yeah. Grab one item, leave, fucking disappear. There we go. Well, we're at 100 reputation, or prestige, or whatever it is. Now it's 99. I don't think it goes down naturally. I'd say that people are maybe complaining if we just don't see it, which is the best kind of complaints. So I guess because we have daily summaries and all sorts of stats, we could have a look at the sales and see if the sales go down. I expect they would, because people aren't coming in buying things in bulk, but they're completing their purchases quicker because they aren't going to grab things and then lining up. I'm going to leave it. Leave it like that. We'll come back to that later. That means the mushrooms. So yeah, I came over here, right, to get mushrooms to try messing around with the half pipe. She just appeared there. So yeah, you can't walk up the roof here. So the idea I had was like maybe you can put this on there somewhere. No. Oh, maybe along the sides. Actually, can you put the mushrooms down at your feet? Yeah. And you just bounce straight away. You can't stack them. Oh. Weird. You can build floors in certain spots there. Oh no, that's attached to the top of the roof line thing. Wee. I'm out of bricks. Where'd I put bricks? Over here. Why do I have limestone in my inventory? Wish there was an easy way where you could, yeah, it would be nice if maybe the purchasing portals or something like that had a bit of output buffer space that you could stuff items into, because I find that like rearranging these belts, you just end up with a bunch of raw materials in your inventory and they don't stack. And some of them are pretty pricey. So it's just like put down a small storage box to put it out. It's like yeah. Tatsu, hey. Can build two roofs intersecting each other near the top. I'll have a look at that in a sec. Came down here for bricks. Wait, that's not enough support? Strange. All right. Well, I guess we just don't look at that part. Although I do want to put wall there. Also not enough support. Well, serves me right, I suppose. Would be nice if we had like just pillars on their own. Maybe that's... I guess we might get that with steel support, like the beams. Now, if I get rid of that... Okay. Can I use my roof line trick here? Yes. I think. Fix. Do the same over here, I suppose. I think that's just the ground. Yeah, it is. Daily summary. Earnings 40,000. I'm pretty sure that's normally like 60, something like that. There, I fixed it. How many hours in this now? 36.7. Is it worth to buy? Worth a buy for someone who enjoys Factorio? Hard to say. It depends what you really like out of Factorio, I suppose. Like if you enjoy Factorio and maybe you did not enjoy Satisfactory like as much, this might scratch a similar itch that gets you like 3D Factorio, because it's all grid based. But so far, I'm not seeing evidence that it's like a high scale game like Factorio might be, like scale out, scale big. It's more like the depth of the and the length of the research trees eventually like seem to supersede previous recipes and ingredients with ones that are like increasingly powerful. Belts production, watching things spin and work. I'd say this has got that, yeah. And with a bit of like 3D puzzle solving in there as well, like for making like compact builds if you want. Yeah, these are like my roller coaster of belts. I'd say like the thing that I've got my reservations about at the moment are like if I want to change this in some way, it's like it's pretty difficult to at the moment because like support is enforced for things. So if you just want to swap something out down there, it's like but that might become less of a problem over time as you like commit more to certain designs. How do you get compact? Yeah. So yeah, it is. Oops, it is a early access game, and it's only just recently entered early access. I think it was just like a week or so ago that it did, maybe. So yeah, I imagine. Yeah, I think I'm pretty satisfied with my purchase so far, even if like they end up abandoning it tomorrow. That would be a shame, but I'd say I've gotten my like $26 Australian out of it, or US $18 or whatever it was someone mentioned before. So yeah. But, you know, everyone's got different budgets, different priorities. But yeah, it's quite satisfying. It was in EA in December. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I only heard about it in January. And don't look at what I'm doing as an example of how the game must be. I'm deliberately making things quite fucky at the moment. Like, this person should be able to come in here and wander around, and I like stumbled on the fact that if I lay down these mushrooms, they seem to just wig out, just grab the one thing that they want and then leave. Large wooden gears, really good. Done. Pop. Just fucking vanish. So I'm leaving the mushrooms there. It's like that's my new style of shop now. They can just walk through here if they really want it. Urgent request for yeast powder, which I'm not making at the moment. Let's do this. Let's do this bulk order just while I'm here. 40 linen. 60 here. Actually, no, that's not going to happen. I'm not making nearly enough. I got some healing potions in there. Actually, you know, you can tell the customers have dropped off because our healing potions are actually backing up. That's, yeah. So I guess maybe this is a way to limit the shop throughput and still get a bit of income. And the reputation is dropping. It's now 84 instead of 100. I don't want to trash this linen. I want to still have it for sale somewhere. to service window. Exactly. Yeah. It's the mushroom service window. Like they just put the money down there. I grab the things for them, except they just grab it themselves somehow when I'm not here. Bandage. The twins are here. Nails. Healing potion. Yeah. Honor system. Yeah, it's an honor system anyway. Because the cash register is automated and everyone's really good at paying what they need. Yeah, and then money just goes through an automatic changer that changes it up from copper to silver. 87 silver sitting in there and 132 in there. So let's grab them. I've got 1147 silver, which is each silver is 10,000 copper. Oh, sorry, 1,000 copper. Let's see here. Silver is 1,000 copper. Gold 100 silver. So I've actually got 11 gold at the moment. Anyway. Whew. Grab some wood, grab some bricks. Huh. Do we need nails? I'll just top my nails off. Huh. And I was mucking around with mushrooms upstairs, right? Trying to get high on mushrooms. I wonder if there's some exploit we can find that's like combines the power of multiple mushrooms that you build close together. Doesn't look like it, at least not simply anyway. Hunter Bahamut, heading off. Yeah, have a good one. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the tomfoolery. Oh, we can't quite make it up there. Oh, yeah, you can. There we go. Oh, you can't jump over there, though. It's a shame. And we can't... God, I wonder if you can somehow build a... No, it's overlapping. Be interesting if you could get a mushroom in there so you can collide with it. Can you put mushrooms on these? Yes. Okay. Can you put them on the smaller ones? Yes. Yeah. Get a bit of height from that. Wee. Now then. If that works. Damn it. I was hoping that the collision for the jump might have been just enough outside of that. Still a chance that is the case. I'd say that's a bit, because it's not just the pavers there, the tiling there. That's it's also some wood underneath it. These don't have a different form, do they? No. How about a rotation? No. rats. Oh. No fun game. No fun. Come on. Yeah, the only thing that seemed to work there was putting it on the sides. It lets you collide with it. I'm going to run out of mushrooms. Oops. It's they actually look like coral or barnacles or something, or like mushroom growths that they put in video games along the side of structures, which I guess this is exactly what it is. We. It's so dumb. That shelving's not quite what I wanted, so maybe flooring there. Not enough support. Also, that would block that, wouldn't it? Well, it's not like we have a shortage of mushrooms. It's just that they are like 20 each. Where? I wonder if I should be using mushrooms for their actual intended purpose of traveling up a floor at a time. I guess I could start doing that there, but not on the ground, unfortunately. Well, let's see if I can just blueprint these instead. Confirm. Well, they're difficult to place though. Well, that gets most of them. But they're not aligned. Shame. Me cocking a shotgun. Shame. Shooting all the mushrooms. See, I'm out of mushrooms already. They're not cheap. We don't produce them very quickly either, although it would help if I'd emptied this instead of grabbing logs. I should these are filling up quicker than I thought they would actually. I should make them garbage bins again. casually wasting some wood. Clearing out my inventory a bit. That didn't do anything. What was it earned? 43,000. That's still a respectable amount, even though I've messed with the entrance to the store. Okay, what if I blueprint all these, including... You cannot blueprint... That's right, you can't blueprint floors and walls and stuff. Oh. I've got insufficient material for this anyway. I've started this, I have to finish it. I may have to finish this when mushrooms have accumulated. Whee! Whee! That's how half pipes work, right? I'm fairly sure I know my skateboarding. Dizzy. So yeah, I wanted to find out if we've reached a limit of this setup. Yeah, it's saying no more support. That's right, I was going to try extending this out and see if that helps. Because it may just drop off, like it, instead of being like a linear growth outwards, it may require more levels going up each time. God damn it. Yeah, I'd say so. All your neighbors just have a ceiling on their airspace, so you'll get high enough to blot out the sun. No, I can actually... Oh, wait. Hang on. So that helps something. Because they actually see the difference between... Like, this is outside buildable area. And this is not enough support. So the game seems to check the buildable area first, so you get that as an error message first. Like if I was down there or yeah, there, not enough support. Well, I can't reach there anyway. So yeah, I'm fairly sure that these like block bounding areas are not all the way up into the sky. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to do that. 24 is maybe the sky's yours. Yeah. Blot out the sun. Start charging rent for access to sunlight. Yeah. So, okay, Mr. Burns. Well, wait. I do have Mr. Burns' hand emote, don't I? Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Rather happy with how that emote came out, actually. I guess I'll try one more level. Although we added a bit of support in doing what we did just then. But no, nothing new there. Let's see, maybe if I was going to try building out along here, but I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. Oh, wrong one. If I can't go much further out here, then we might have hit like a support limit, which I think we have. But if it allows for a little bit more now, then it might just be it might just mean non-linear instead. No, I think maybe we have. Tried to land on the roof. It may be doubling each time. It's like maybe 1, 2, 4. I'll go up and I'll quickly try one more level like that and then just call it at that for that experiment. Maybe I'll get onto actually cleaning up a bit of the factory. What's the time? 9 p.m. I've got plenty of time. Yep. And it could be that steel support beams or other things that we get might actually increase how much like outward support can be done. But I think you need to. I don't think you can build out like that. I think they have to be supported on both sides. Yeah. Which is a bit odd, but I understand. It would be interesting if you could go, like, if it was properly supported, you know, if it was half and half, that should probably work, or even less, given that it's steel. Maybe there's a vertical equivalent of those that I have not gotten yet. Or perhaps just like vertical blocks of just bricks on their own do the same job as these walls. trying to figure out how tall they are. I'm guessing 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's 12. So 14, 15? Yeah, it looks to be 15 high. So those would be 15 bricks, whereas the walls are 10. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say we'd hit some sort of limit there. I don't want to keep going up in levels just to try and figure out what that is. If it's at no more's possible beyond that, or if it's just now like very heavily diminishing returns. It's saying not enough support, right? Yeah, it is. It's also a bit difficult to judge from this side what the actual distance gained is. Nice. Because of the weird layout that was possible down there. But yeah, the nearest ground support is there. So we've been able to come out all this way. And yet it was really odd that you could come out this far from there. So, yeah, the next experiment that I want to try there is over at the front in a more systematic way to see, like, we go up one floor and we can go out like how many, you know, just repeat that in a like an identical pattern to see if it just holds up or how long it holds up for. But I need to check. Actually, I need to check the floor. I'm missing a wall here. Probably start doing this from below, actually. So let's try that. Okay, that's outside building area. Outside building area. Outside building area. It's still outside building area there. Okay. Maybe that's not worth it then. Then maybe that is actually like the edge of usable space. Maybe the encroaching you can do is only towards... towards land that you can purchase. Let's try going up further. Yeah, I'd say so. Have a drink. Will do. End of day. Oops, I forgot to check the earnings then. Anyway. Right. We're... Yeah, so at a guess, we've only got 2 sides to actually work on for that, for evidence, but I'd say you are most likely limited in your building area all the way up. If that wasn't the case, I'd say that it would be allowed there without the like with the support message instead of the building area message. But this is already a fairly large space if you just connect all these purchasable blocks together. How can I get an angle on that? That'll do. Yep, outside building area there as well. Oh, that's a shame. So I guess really, like, going out this way back here is fun, maybe interesting. Fun might be a strong word. Interesting that you can do this. But it would be more the fact that you can then, that you can use this to connect these different blocks together. And then you're probably limited on how far you can actually build out to these edges. Once you've bought all those blocks anyway. Like this is for sale, right? Yeah, 1,200. But those won't be. It's just that you can encroach onto the areas that once unlocked, you could build in anyway. Yeah, so that should be buildable. It's just not enough support. So going up here, you could probably... let's try that. Let's, actually fairly surprised that you can go out that far. It's like, actually no, it's kind of reasonable. But more or less reflects what you can do normally. If I was to mark these for deletion, it would, yeah, start to remove these this far in. there's not enough support there for the large tiles. So actually that seems like a good spot to experiment on for this sort of stuff. So no, not enough support for that or that. There, yes, though. Yeah. So you can go 1.5 tiles out with a wall. But then you can't build on top of that. Although you can if you bring more walls out like that. Does that then allow for that? Yeah. Which I guess sort of makes sense. See if that continues. I have a feeling this is where diminishing returns comes in. Yeah. So you can like inch out. That's fine. Yeah, okay. So it seems to stop there. I wonder if it's inheriting a lot of support from the very bottom here. So adding, come on, click. So adding these in might help here. Nope, apparently not. If anything, it might it might need like more like support back that way. Or there's just a limit from the ground as to how much goes out, but that doesn't explain what we were able to do at the back there. Which is much further. How many floors did we go up there? So first, second, third floor up from the ground. Yeah, weirdly. But yeah, that is all connected out there. So maybe it's like all those extra like width, the width of this whole support structure, not just one outcropping like this. Still, that's a fair bit that you can build out on. And then you can just build, you can buy that block and most likely build out over to here. And yeah. Now it just looks like a big apartment complex. If you ignore all the gaping holes in it. And you can't even put walls there. Not enough support for them, which doesn't really make sense. So then I guess a question I have is whether these walls are actually helping. If I get rid of this there. No. Yeah, I'm guessing it establishes some sort of counter from a tile or object like this that's on the floor, and anything placed on top of it is going to have like either whichever way you math it, like maximum support or like minimum stress. And then for each tile out that propagates, or for each connection out that propagates or reduces by a certain amount. Hence, like removing that doesn't remove that because it's getting supported there, but it does remove them because it removes its contribution. So that would be propagating through all connections, I suppose. Not just left and right, but up and down. Oh yeah, so that made... There you go. Putting that internal bracing in there. help the floors above, but not the one below, unless I missed one there. So yeah, if you really want to spam walls to get that far out, you can. But if I remove that, yeah, it's going to... Yeah. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool, though. I enjoy this sort of stuff. But once I've mucked around with it, it's then that I want to reduce it down to what I actually want to like practically do with it. Which I'm just thinking about as I'm kind of noodling around now. Yeah, you can keep them, if you, like I said, yeah, if you want to spam walls in there, you can really like inch out, but not by much. Seems like as we figured out over there seems to be a limit to that even. Earnings, 35,000.
I am a great magician.
My clothes are shadow. Yeah, so it looked like without going to great lengths to actually like inch out, the limit was somewhere at around what, 3 or like 2.5 of those big floor tiles. Because I'd like it to be supported just by those sparse like corner walls that I have, like these and these. So I didn't think these here were possible. Oh, they aren't. I can't rebuild them. So yeah, it looks like 2.5 out, unless you want to go to great lengths. And then here is that's supported now. Although if I made these, like the most I could probably bother doing is making these like crossover. And that does not change any of that. So with that, although, hang on. change the walls I can put here. I should just go up one floor and muck around with what I'm doing. There we go. Yeah, because going out this far, you can't put a wall here, which maybe that's fine. Maybe I don't care about that. So the most you can put a wall out is probably 1.5 tiles. Yeah. Is this exactly what we figured out before? I mean, maybe. No. Seems like yeah, going straight up seems to just maybe inherit whatever values that the block below it has. So maybe a case of like, well, I don't know how much I should really bother. Maybe I should just stick with this 2.5 tile out thing and not bother with walls. Going straight up on poorly supported walls and only being able to go up one. As in, I've done that before. I seem to remember that, and that's not the case just there. So maybe there's like some rounding or something. That's poorly supported. Early, yeah. It's like this is support level 1.6, so it's fine, and just goes up, and the other one was like 1.4 and it gets rounded down so you can't go up or something like that, without trying to think about the math of it too much. All right, give me 1 second. Yeah, because I'm pondering what to do here, and then I'm like, well, there's just blocks of land that I can buy there anyway, so it's just going to make all that buildable. So it doesn't look like it, unless I'm going for a single tile challenge, that this sort of stuff doesn't really matter that much. Because it seems like when you come up against the real borders, you're limited to that one big tile out anyway. At least as far up as I've tested. Can you go into these? No. All right, I'm going to step away because it's nearly 4 hours. I need a bathroom break, so I'll do a save, and I'll just let the game run. You can witness that monstrosity for a while, and we'll get back and we'll do some proper stuff, whatever that means. instead of just mucking around with this, I think. Because I'd like to put some of that to use, maybe start building out floors and then thinking about how to use them. All right, back soon. All right. We back. I guess I should remove these mushroom limiter. I'll probably end up spending more money than I realize that I might on new things. So let's open up the Mushroom Kingdom. Go. Shop. Be free. Now I've got an inventory full of mushrooms. Mushroom bed. I sleep in a mushroom bed. We're not producing mushrooms, but I guess it's maybe time to put these back to being garbage things, or just figure out the overflow for that. I can't be bothered. Alright, I should. It's not hard, it's just space. One thing I don't like about the priority splitters is that you can't change which output it is that gets the priority. Like you can flip them around, but it also flips the input side. So the priority is always that gold arrow. And when it's vertical, it's always that one. But I suppose it makes sense because it's meant to be like maybe physical or gravity based or something like that. So you can't change the vertical one. Anyway, so I want to prioritize wood going into storage. I should maybe just split these as they go out of the table saws, but the combined output of the planks from these is nearly a full belt anyway, so there's not much point in combining any more than 2 of these table saws together. So hence why I combine them and then split them here. And then there's no point in combining these 2 lines together because that's more than 1 belt's worth of planks. So get these mushrooms out of my inventory. We need, so the filter splitter is splitting off the shrooms from the planks. Priority splitter could either go like that. Although I can't because the planks are coming out the top there, so I'd have to swap that around. But the what's the oh no, hang on, go away. The bottom there is for the input rotten logs, which I need to put more money into. I need to go around and check all the monies and eventually run monies into them instead. So yeah, the rotten logs are coming in on that bottom treadmill. And going out over the top are the mushrooms. So at the moment that's facilitated by the wood going out the top of these splitters, because they were originally going into a garbage thingo, wherever you are. Yeah, that, like that. So it made sense. However, if I change that around, so yeah, so the gold is the filtered output, the selected output. So if we put the gloom fungus out on top there, let's do that. Then at the bottom we're getting planks that can go into these. one of these, which is not symmetrical, but it'll do. Actually, no, we need the priority splitter first. So I can push that back a bit for space. So it'll go out the bottom until full. And then it will go out over the top. And I kind of wish you could have a configuration of these that made it 3 wide and that opened, like the inputs were on the edges, so it worked like that. But I suppose the only reason that these are 3 apart to begin with is that's the size of the trash bin. So these could have just gone straight up against each other if I was making it from scratch. But I don't. This is one of the problems with wanting to rearrange things in this game. If I were to pick all this up just to move it together, it would also pick up all those rotten logs. And they're expensive, so I'd want to make sure that they get used. It's like they're 2,000 copper a piece. So I wouldn't want to just have them vanish or just delete them. So, but we can come back to that some other time. Right, planks go in there, and I don't know if I can fit that on there. Can. But I'd want to run 2 inputs in there. I guess I don't need to accumulate that much wood. Because there'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lots of these, so I could just do this instead. Awkward to actually just point at them. Actually, it shouldn't be too bad with the... Yeah. But then there's nowhere to do that. Okay. Puzzle gaming. Thinking if I can undo this change I made here and put planks back on the top and then like fold it back in on itself and like have the priority thing like that. Yeah, let's try that and see what that looks like. Speaking of garbage, though, I am running out of inventory space and need... No, actually, let's just store it. Let's not trash it. all that wood. Hoard it. Okay, gold output is on top. So we want planks. And the priorities on the bottom there. Back to the configuration we had originally for the shroom output. This is where being able to flip blueprints would be nice. Let's do that and like confirm. It's like you can rotate, but you can't flip. Like pressing T here, if it's possible to flip a thing, it should flip it. And bop it. And twist it. Aha. Clean. Bop it, twist it, reload it, aim it. Alright, so we'll accumulate that many in there, which I guess I could make even more storage if I really wanted to, I suppose. If I'm going to go on a construction binge, maybe that's worth it. Whoops. So get rid of that. Whenever you make those larger storage boxes vertical, that just makes me think of like a suitcase or something. It's like, no, that's a little storage chest. It's like, no, now it's a suitcase. Right, suitcase full of wood. And why is that not working? Strange. Now it kind of looks like a toilet. With big armrests. Or something, I don't know. Anyway. Confirm. And just nuke a bunch of this. really? So sampling a thing here overrides the blueprint. That sucks. All right, I'll make another one. I guess I could just save it as a blueprint, but it's not that hard. I'm being whiny. Stop whining. No, I will continue to whine. Now I've got a bunch of rotten logs in my inventory. Those are pricey. Get in there. Bigger storage. I guess that came from overriding some of those belts back there. So just replace them or something. That looks fine. Yeah, so now we got a bit of the best of both worlds here. Accumulating the excess as we can use for construction material. And anything in excess of that excess just get trashed. Could make charcoal out of it, but I don't really have the layout for that. We only really need charcoal for its use in actual ingredients anyway. Now for clay. Interesting. When you make, oh yeah, you can put charcoal powder in an athanor, and 50% of the time it will output coke. 50% of the time it will output 6-to-2 reduction of charcoal, which I guess you can then grind and repeat. So if you have a bunch of maybe wood, I guess you could make excess wood. You could make it into charcoal and coke. Earnings, yeah, the earnings are a little bit better after removing the mushroom limiter. Let me check these for monies now that we've fixed up their production. Consuming all my monies. Well, not really that much, I suppose, when you don't go around and do this that frequently. I don't think I think it's been on 24,000 for a long time. Probably because it's not actually doing anything. It's just consuming a little bit of heat. Yeah, so we're wasting a bit of heat and money here, but yeah. Redistribute them a little bit. In fact, I might... Oh, insufficient material. I'm out of wood. Funny that. Do I need that much? No. That's the trash. That'll do. What was I doing? Yeah. Doubling this up so I don't have to fill it up quite as often. Just grab from those and put it in there. Okay. Checking that everything in the stores seems to be working okay. I think the healing potions are... if I... it's odd that the healing potions are backed up. Maybe that was just an effect of having the store limited in throughput for a while. Oh, you got some real anime here going on. Any quests? Yeah, that's easily done. Bulk order. I don't have soap. I don't have yeast powder. A little bit of cash from that. And anything I just want to get rid of? Kinda, yeah. Doo-doo. Oh, I could make that dedicated to the fuel or fertilizer area, couldn't I? Over here. Boy, this place is ugly. Let's prune off some of the really distracting bits. And I'm half tempted to reclaim all this, because I don't think I'll be doing anything practical with it, but just to like even it off to this, just take a like big cut through it like that. And yet it's kind of interesting seeing how far we were able to actually get out here. But that's not really like, there's a whole bunch of walls spammed on the inside of that. So it's not really practical to build anything inside of. I may as well just wait until I can buy these neighboring blocks. And even then, once I do, I'd be nuking all that. But I can just reclaim it later, I suppose. And I'd really like to be able to blueprint those floors. Let's see, like if I get rid of these, at least. That does not seem to be eliminating like a big portion of this, so I might just snip that off the end. Tidy it up a little bit, if you can call this at all tidy. Oh yeah, we still have Christmas emotes. So the cost of keeping Christmas emotes another stream went up by 1,000 again, as usual. I think it's at 14,000 now, maybe. So if no one uses that redeem, then they'll be gone by next stream. The next stream will be tomorrow, which is it'll be the boat murdered reading stream for the Pilkmas charity incentive or charity milestone. So it would be appropriate to have Christmas emotes for that. But if no one uses it, I'll have to delete them. There we go. 6-5's got us. Keeping the Christmas emotes and decorations around at least one more stream. Zimbe, hey, how's it going? This plant's in the way. Remove plant. That'll do for now. we're getting an idea of what the extent of the factory might be without buying that other block of land over there, although maybe we could now. I've got 1,200 silver. I don't think I've got any other squirreled away. I think these are 800. Yeah, 800, 1,000, 1,200. No, I'd sooner make use of that block over there to make like dedicated fuel or something like that. Because then we can run the fuel down here and maybe make fertilizer as well above that. Burning fuel and fertilizer together at last. Together at blast. Spam clicks. That'll do. It's easier than trying to specifically target the corners, the edges. And I might have to dismantle the half ramp. No, this can stay here for a while until we need this floor, or maybe even stay here forever. Whee! Yep. Yep. We can build around it. Some of these can be built out further because of the walls that have been added here, which is kind of strange. Yeah. Did that work over here? Yeah. But not for very far. You'd need two more walls out from like there, and there to do the same thing again. All that for half a tile extra. So keep it at that for now. I still missed it. Yeah. Did I go all the way around the outside there? I did, yeah. Okay. Oh, that's outside building area there. Interesting. Be some collision from there, from that that property there. Well, I guess I'll just have to buy it at some point. Oh, it's only 150 silver. I guess I'll be buying these next. This one, is this separate? No, it's the same one, I think. Whoops. Oops. All right, so I can't spam clicks when my own wall's behind it. Insufficient materials. Out of wood? I guess I should try grab from the bins first. 1,600 wood. 1,800. That many. That'll do. Do I need more bricks? I don't think so. Okay. Somewhere a dupe is drowning or burning or something to that effect. Kayatoshi, hey, how's it going? Okay. Face is a bit numb after dentist, all right. Face is a bit numb. Game looks gorgeous. Yeah, they put a lot of work into the modeling and just the presentation of it, but yeah. The fact that it runs in Unreal Engine helps a fair bit, just like default level of gorgeousness. Yeah. Making me delete my mushroom boosters. Shadows of that look kind of interesting. Actually, looks like a jawline or something. Real rounded, cartoony teeth. my attempt at a half pipe. Yep. Me without a skateboard. Some of these aren't consistent up there, but we can address that later. So we have the original floor down here, which is all kind of scrappy. We have a whole, well, mostly fresh floor. What's that? Oh, that's the under part of the ceilings, the roof line things. Have a charcoal maker over here, part of the old foundation stuff. And yeah, I'm doing good. We're my phone. We're just at the tail end of a heat wave, which thankfully, like, it's still pretty hot out, but it's starting to cool. Yeah. Coming up on 10:30 p.m. and it's still 28 degrees Celsius, which is still cooler than previous nights. But it'll be cooler tomorrow than it was today, and that trend should now continue instead of just being constantly hot. It's actually looking like we're getting under 20 degrees for a couple of days soon. All right. Well, of course, the first thing that I want to put in here, if I'm going to make flammable things, is to have some light, some naked fire on candles as light, or even a chandelier, which I can't center. That angers me. Can you put them in the doorway? Well, that's outside building area, so that's not a good test. No. That would be silly. Just let me put it on the corner there. I can understand why it won't let me. But that just means I won't use it. That's kind of cool. The lighting in behind the leaves. All right. So let's make some coke powder to use as fuel, which is made in a grinder from coke. Coke is made in a crucible from coal. Coal's made in a stone crusher from coal ore. This is pretty much the same process as the charcoal maker. Make some coke. Just the black powder variety instead of the white powder variety. Renee, hey, how's it going? In fact, are they the same timing ratios? It doesn't matter. Let's just put things down and go from start to finish and see what it looks like. So I can use that as a purchasing portal. Where? I don't know. There. of money in there. Pure Columbia type of yeah. The Coke Empire is going well. We're just getting started. We're literally on the ground floor. So the Crusher will do $20 per minute out from that. But yeah, today I've been streaming for 4 hours 45, and I'm just getting into maybe doing it in addition to like the functional part of the factory, because I've been fucking around trying to figure out how far out over other properties I can encroach, which seems to be limited. You wearing? I thought that guy had no pants. He just had really flesh-colored pants. Except in areas where you can actually end up buying land anyway. So I could buy that block and start building on it. I've been able to have like weird overhanging apartment complex, but we seem to reach a limit on that. Though not for a while. That seemed to be the extent that we could actually overreach to. But all these are blocks that you can just end up buying anyway and just build on top of. So it seems like there's a hard limit based around areas that you can't buy, but the areas that you can buy are more like low collision based limits on like a bounding box for that block, and then you're limited to the actual like support values because walls and floors provide and require support. But the most practical discovery for me was the fact that you can build floors between blocks that you buy like that, like these. Whereas you look on like trailers and all that sort of stuff for this game and other people's gameplay, and they're using it's like these catapults. Where are they? Yeah, catapults and cannons to transport stuff over gaps like this, which is, yeah, sure, fun. But I think I prefer putting them up in there. In fact, I might even move this. I'll keep this down here to stage, but then I might move this up there so I can just move it straight over instead of move it, because I'm going to have to move it then up and over anyway. In fact, up we go. That was a cool. Yeah. Wait, you can put coal in there? Oh, it does nothing. Okay. So you can put any item in there. Okay. Right. That's fine. Okay, so that coal will output 20 a minute. And I would like to be able to like middle click or right click or control shift click, something like that. Something to click on there to bring up this display of it. Anyway, so we're getting that. Then it needs to go through a crucible. That's. And the ultimate output of this will be charcoal powder. So let's just check the speed. It's probably going to be the same speeds as the other one was. But shit, I used the only coal that I had in my inventory then for putting into the fuel. Hang on, coal. Oh, you can't hand feed. That's right. These take 10 minutes. Yeah, so 1 crusher to 2 crucibles. Which is the same ratio. Is it? Hang on. I know that's what I ended up making over here, but I'm not sure if that was... No, okay, yeah. So the woodcutter to charcoal approach was 30 minutes, 30 per minute. And these consume... Oh yeah, they consume 15 as well. Oh yeah, I was going to put another, like a third crucible on there to do something else at the same time. Shit, yeah, I don't don't have any stairs up there. I'll have to fix that. So, I guess... question then is, do I go for like a 3 crucible setup like that? And have 3 crushers. What are their outputs? 10. That would make it 60. It's either that or I do that. Then I'm not sure whether that's enough. Like with the heat consumption to make that coke. Is it the same 4p per second as making charcoal? Yeah, okay. So the heat value difference between coal and coke should be enough to power itself, with not much loss from running 3 on each one. Then I guess it just becomes a question of how to route that, which maybe those 3 going into the middle like that, and yeah, I'll be doing the boat murdered reading from the Pilkmas milestone tomorrow, Renee, just so you know. Insufficient material. I can't build stairs there. Figure that out later. Yeah, I don't really have room in that corner for another set of stairs, so I'll just use this one. Shame those crushers are 3 wide. I guess it doesn't really help anything because you still can't put 3 on there. That's a dead end, I think. Though it is neat how you can stack stuff on top of crucibles using those like reinforced little platform things, stands. I could just move these one apart, then have the three crushers like that. I'm out of gears. Maybe top up on everything a little bit. Fine. I'll make a staircase. Even if it's just a basic one. Or do I have mushrooms on me? No, I don't. Bouncy shrooms. There, I fixed it. Oh, wee. They're a bit of a hazard, those. Anyway. Bothers me. Combined, are they putting out 60 a minute? Okay, yeah, they're putting out a full belt. Can't put anything on top of the crushers. Now I'm out of nails. Why didn't I go get nails? Exactly. I'm missing the grinding stage here anyway. Whoop. Let's not delete the floor. For some reason, my eyes can never spot the grinder there. It's like Crucible stands out, grinder does not. I'm guessing that's the same ratio. Quick tests. Storage. Yeah, so that's 10 a minute. Ah, no, it's not. Okay. So we can't just plug straight from the crucible to the grinder anyway. That was not the case over here, right? Yeah. So crucibles output 15 minutes of charcoal and take 15. The grinders take 15 minutes. Okay. So that changes things up here a bit anyway. So with these crucibles, so it has to be 2 grinders per crucible. If I caught that correctly, let me just verify that. Yeah, 10 per minute, and it definitely was 5 per minute here, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. So these will have to be split. How do I want to do that? I want their output preferably to be on this side. Two on each belts. Yeah, it's just a matter of where, because they can't be in serial, they have to be in parallel. I'm just thinking about what design I want to make to achieve that, knowing that the output I want to feed partly back into that, the mouth of that furnace, so it can fuel itself. Going vertical would be preferred, and actually maybe a quick way to do that would be using priority splitters. Because that's effectively going to combine. It's like if you consider a conveyor lifter to be that, to like lift it up and put it on a grinder. It's like, but then the bottom is blocked for that, so you'd have to go off to the side. But using the priority splitter lets you output like that, because the bottom one will block and then it'll just go to the top. Let's see what that would look like with all these supports in place. I'm preferring to use these so I can continue to run belts through there without having to destroy everything. Because if I made these to be, say, too high or the too wide ones, these, like if I made that like that and then like that, it's like, oh, suddenly I want to run a belt, and there, like you can't do that at like a one high, so you'd have to destroy it, which would destroy everything that's sitting on it. So yeah, oops. And then I guess these would have to be merged in a similar fashion at the other end. Though you'd have more freedom in the way that you actually merge that, because you get 5, 15, 30. You could just run these belts together. Actually, can you flip these so the input's on the top? No, you can't. How about the mergers? No, that's a shame. trying to reduce the amount of supports that I have here. Which, maybe if I just moved all this forward, I could do that. And then this room in front of the crucibles to do the belt splitting. Let's try that. This game is very, very poppy. It's going to sit just above the furnace entrance. Actually, I can't. Damn it! I can't do what I was thinking of doing. And I just figured out that fact. I was like, oh, I can just put it in the top. But no. I would like that. I think the priority splitter would work there too, in that configuration with the input in the top. Where's my undo button? That quick copy paste is coming in pretty handy. All right, so I don't want to select the things above. So target and all objects above it. Select only the objects above the target. What about selecting the other way around? Like select... It's kind of awkward. That I can't just select the things below and clone them. Right, so each of these would be 5, so 1530. Both of those rows combined would be an output of 60. That's a full built. Can snake that around maybe. where's the damn... Oh, the inputs one up from the ground. It's the only downside about this game. Like, it's fun figuring this stuff out, but actually getting in there to do stuff is like, can I even... Yeah, just... So I'd want to run the belt past those inputs. Like that. And then out. Alright, so that should be... Just need to figure out the input for it, but the... Yeah. Coal output there. We need 3 of these crushers to power 6 of these crucibles, powering 12 of these grinders. They all combine out like that and down like that, and they're out back into the furnaces themselves, and then the resulting powder comes out here, which I'll just ramp down just to kind of signal to myself that that's like the output of it all. And then these are all needed, right? Yeah. There's no like extra supports there that aren't needed. Yeah, right now I'm just making stuff have to work. Yeah, trying my best to get efficient, but if it helps... But if it gets too hard to just go with whatever... Yeah. I'm usually okay with thinking in like belt capacity versus this stuff. Because the game seems pretty centered around dividing up belt capacities fairly like evenly, either like divide by 2 or by 3 or by 6 or by something, you know. Or like a 6:4 or some ratios like that occasionally. I might just put these crushers like this, because they'll output a combined 60. And then so each one of these is 1 wood, 2 nail, and each one of these would be 8 wood and 4 rope. So it's either run one thing up there and distribute it like just along there, which makes more sense to me. Or might look better to have 6 conveyor lifts going up to lift into there. Actually, can you, I mean, I could just do it like that. Or even just like that. Since I'm taking up this space with the rock crushers anyway, it's like, why get fancy about it? Because I can be fancy about it, I guess. Oh, those need to be brought in one anyway, so their ore input can be run along this side. these furnaces just need a little bit of fuel as input to kickstart. Otherwise, oh yeah, they're already going. Damn it, I can't feed them in. That's all right. All right. In they go into the crucibles. There's coke powder. Now we'll get to see if that can actually sustain itself, or if I need to put something like priority splitters in there. It probably will. Might be room to actually stack this on itself. If not, maybe we just move this to the side instead. See if we can maybe get it to fit on one, like within one tile here. Oh yeah, I'd say this is almost certainly sustaining itself. Well, it's not running all of them at the moment, so let's just pick up a couple of these. Get all three of those crushers running. Yeah, because not including this part. It's definitely not a full tile in any direction. So these crushers could pretty easily be, say, that. The output going there, and oops. Like that instead. Oh yeah, but potentially even on top of it. Although it's a little wide. Yeah, there's not much support out the back currently. And running the inputs for that is kind of awkward. If I was to say make room down here for another one of the crushers somehow.
no!
Does look kind of neat when you block in those crucibles anyway. But yeah, I'll have to think about that. Z, hey, how's it going? Or Z. All right. Yeah, so that coke powder will be coming out at not quite 60 per minute because it needs to consume some of its own every now and then. But once it's all stocked up like that, it should be... How come all the grinders aren't working? Oh, because one of the ores have been crushed. Would you look at that? It's tricky to put those table platform things down. You have to manually adjust the Z level. Not that I think I'm getting anything practical about out of this, but it's kind of curious how it fits in. Coincidentally, it just fits along that column, which I suppose is to be expected when you put the two furnaces. You start with the two furnaces side by side. But yeah, I can't think of any way of getting 3 crushers snuck into there. I mean, as long as their outputs are all facing one way, I can't work there. And I guess I could use catapults to feed their inputs. It's like yeet the ore over there. But then or hell, just plug in the purchasing portal over there, but then it's a question of getting the money into it. So you swap one input problem for another. Yeah, then that can't. Those things then cannot output. Either place that I could put the third crusher just blocks the output of one of them. Unless I start putting more supports down here, which would... I was going to say defeat the purpose of that, but maybe not. maybe it's better to just have it a bit longer but lower so it can actually fit to using the table platform. Doesn't quite fit on one square though. Thinking if there's a way that I can stack these. I think I tried before and it wasn't worth it. Although I didn't have access to the floors at that time. I don't know if you can... Can't just stick floors on there for a slightly thinner stacking solution. You have to use that. But at that point... out of the way. You can do that, but that does not fit, I think. Under there. No. Not when you factor in the coal that has to be added. Yeah, and these do pair up with those, so it's not like I can just put all the stone crushing off somewhere else.
Fix it.
I'm trying. I think the only approach there to make it more compact is to put the crushers just to the side. Given that this is not meant to be part of it, because we wouldn't store that. Although I could build I could actually put that in there, you know, as an output buffer. But I feel like I only want to use buffers where they're needed, just not always. And belts themselves are essentially buffers anyway. Have I got much stuff in there? Burn it away. Let's move that over there. Store a bit of stuff. I want to move this and see if it actually fits onto a single tile. Great compact build you have here. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I'm sure improvements can be made, but yeah, there might even be additional construction things in the future that I don't have access to yet that might make it more feasible. I know that there's actually a stackable variant of the crucibles too. We won't have that for a little while yet. I don't know how deep it is in the progression of the game. So yeah. If you had money running along somewhere on a belt and you didn't want to actually belt the money into here, you could fling it, catapult it. Like that, I suppose. Which supposedly that distance is 17 tiles. I don't know if it's collision with stuff there matters. No, target too far. Target too far. Yeah. Sure of a good way to measure stuff like that. I suppose the cost of building a belt. So it's 117. So the distance might be there. Where is it? One in. If it launches from there, which it looks like it maybe does. And one more out might be too far. Oh. Unless you count that as tile 0 maybe. So that's one tile. Like that. So that's 16, that's 17. So it's 17 tile gap. So not including the tiles themselves, the buildings themselves. Okay. So yeah, someone did mention that Sal figured that out, but I wasn't sure whether that was like 17 like point to point or like including the basket itself, but it's actually it will cover a 17 tile gap from yeah, that didn't work right. That was too far. Target too far. Yeah. From the front of the catapult to the hopper. So really that's 18, it travels 18 tiles. That's the way that I would think about it. Like the distance, or maybe even 19. Because depending on where it actually counts as throwing from. That's 20 tiles, which might be easier for me to remember that way. It's 20 tiles from the shovel, the shovel head, to the machine itself. But the gap between the buildings is 17, so it might be easier to measure it that way if you're using belts. What do the blue ones do? Those are for outgoing things, so you can unlock these things that are called contracts. I know I've only got one unlocked at the moment, but a wholesale purchase contract that you can send stuff into the portal and get money out in return. So bandages in and money out, but you have to send 50 at a time for that price, or the price will be different per object, but and you have a limit of sending out 800. So supposedly that's a good, solid, predictable way of getting income. It's just that it's a lower price than what you'll get at your storefront because it's wholesale. All right, these are like 5 silver each. I was like, oh, I don't want to put too much money in there. It's like, no, wait. Actually expensive. And yeah, if you put money into these purchasing portals and they don't get used, then once you deconstruct it, or maybe deselect it. When you deconstruct it, you get your money back, thankfully. All right. Rabbit poop goes in. Coke powder comes out. You could technically scooch that crusher in one and run its output belts under those supports, but I don't see any point in that. I'd rather have these aligned. Right, now this is powering all of its crucibles. Is this still accumulating fuel? 3, 4, yeah, okay. Yes. Now, do we have any reason to actually keep crushed coal? Using crafting, no. Coke? No, not yet, anyway. suppose if I ever want to actually buffer up the coke, I can't. I think that's fine. If we ever encounter something that needs coke, like not the powdered variety, but the raw, the uncut, then I can just make a setup specifically to make that. Just skip the grinding part. Yeah, that's more like it. So yeah, this won't output a consistent, yeah, see a little bit of a gap there. This won't output a consistent 60 a minute, even though all these machines add up to it. So it's just that the stone furnace needs, each one of these needs one of these every now and then. So it will, yeah, but that's very, very minor. It's actually kind of tempting to get rid of this belt here if I can, because that's a lot of coke, that's a lot of coal that would accumulate on the belts, which is quite pricey. We've got a fair bit of space to work in there. So it's like you could, I guess it doesn't matter whether you do it over there or over here, but yeah, you could fling the coal in from somewhere. Maybe even from above. I don't know if the angles will support that. That's not a great reduction. Wait, can you... No, you need a hopper for receiving anyway. That's a shame. Because you can get the angle you need over here, I think, by doing that. But then there'd be belts up here anyway, unless you have individual purchasing portals as well. was silver dispensed over the belts in bunches. I think there's a way with the bank portal to make that output 1, maybe? Let's see. Okay, that's how people send around single silvers. So it's loaded up with 50 in there, but we only get 1 stacks of 1 on the belt. Yeah, this is still fitting in 1 square. It's just getting slightly wider. So that's that maximum distance. These configured for coal, yeah. Whee! It's like a coin toss game. They need like 5 silver each, but they don't need it that often. There we go. Just curious how this works. So it's got another one. I think it'll probably have 1 in its output waiting to be loaded in. And then it'll accumulate enough money to buy 1 more. So I should stop now. Yeah, that makes sense. Then that 8.31 will disappear. Its output 1 will go straight in, and it will spend money on another one. Yep. Yep. God, this is full already. Yeah, so this is optional, this part. It's like you can take that output however you want, run it out here, out this way, back this way for some reason. Upwards, whatever. For all your coke needs. In fact, let's just shut that off for now. And I'll take my 1,000 silver back, thanks. I'll leave that as is for now because it's just backed up. I might just move it. Confirm. Also, save as blueprint. Before I lose that. Can I change that? So, plant ash, coke. Should name it. Yeah. So it's called coke powder, right? Coke powder. 60 ml. Actually know how to load those. So I go into bulk clone mode, so B, like restore last blueprint is there, but that gets overwritten when I do that. O's manual. Let's have a look. I might actually read the manual. Oh wait, support check. No actual details there. Building mode. Blueprints. Okay. So go into the Q menu where you'd select a structure. You can select a blueprint. Can you hotkey? Yeah, you can. Okay. You can put blueprints on your hotbar. Upload to Steam Workshop. Edit. Just edits the name. Export, delete, build. Export. Yeah. Neat. But yeah, I do wish you could flip blueprints. So you could like have this kind of connecting like two belts together with them being symmetrical instead of rotated. Because I don't think there's anything about that that couldn't be flipped. Especially given that the splitters are vertical. Well, those could be flipped too. Yeah, maybe we'll get a blueprint flip feature in the future. I don't see why we wouldn't. guess you already can. And it's like it doesn't want to because it's like multiple things that can't be flipped or something like that. Anyway, let's see. So that's my best fuel source at the moment. And I basically want to then, I'll position that in there where I want it and start running that over here somewhere and tear down any other fuel that I'm making and just replace it with the new coke powder. What was that? So yeah, this one here, which I'm just using raw crushed coal for. Yeah, I'm thinking the you can minimize the amount of belts that you run around the place by, yeah, I think like consolidating the belts or limiting the belts to just those sort of, what's the right word, like fuel-like inputs. So money to buy things, fuel for furnaces and any other heating things, and fertilizer. So yeah, I'll probably make it like a dedicated fertilizer thing as well. And then I think everything else you can maybe construct on site, like buy and process and throw in the extra that's needed. That's a bit different from, say, what I might do normally in Factorio. It's like it's fucking everything goes on belts that run everywhere, at least until trains get up and running. But the belts aren't high enough capacity in this to really do that, and I don't like the prospect of stacking up like belt setups like this that might be used in a way that's like a main bus, because I can't think of a nice way of doing that yet, given the space limitation that we have. There's just too many materials and goods that aren't reused, unlike, say, Factorio or Satisfactory, where there's a lot of reuse going on, or a lot of like multiple use things. Or multiple uses of intermediate products. But in this game, that the fact that you can just take money somewhere and produce the raw material out of thin air means it makes more sense to me to do processing on site. It's like just grab convert the money into raw materials, and even if you end up idle when a thing backs up, it's fine. Because one of the things I like about main buses in Factorio is that once, like, they all contribute to like each other's throughput. So usually at the very start of the factory, like the very start of the main bus, you'll have something like turning, well, apart from the ore into iron, or the ore into plates rather, you might have something like turning iron plates into iron gears, and then put the gears back on the bus. And then everything downstream for that, the many things that are using iron gears, are all powered by that thing. So whenever you need more iron gears for anything, you just add more capacity to the iron gear, like stop. But I don't think this game lends itself towards that setup that much, because I don't think until you actually maybe get up really, really big or high, I don't know, then I don't think the numbers are going to be that big with this game compared to just being complex setups. Eidolon, hey, how's it going? That's the impression I have so far anyway. I've got no real way of looking to the future, but it looks, well, yeah, because I guess I could look in a wiki, I suppose, but the materials browser is limited to what I can currently make. You're in recovery after surgery. You had the tumor on your chest removed. It's healing nicely. Oh, damn. Yeah. Yeah, best wishes for a good recovery and no what do they call it when it, whatever the word is they use for when it comes back. Hopefully none of that. Not relapse, some other word when it comes to that. But yeah. Yeah, I had no idea. Yeah, thanks for letting us know. Best wishes. Lime water. It's minor, so nothing too serious. Fair enough. Yeah, the word tumor always definitely always seems serious. So I'll just assume. Linseed oil. Oh, it's from flax. Okay. Soap powder. From grinding soap, of course. Soap powder and fruit wine is what makes yeast. Which I'm not entirely sure what that's used for yet, but yeah. Alright, that might be some good progress today. We fucked around and found out that while it's interesting that we can kind of defy physics a bit by encroaching onto neighboring properties, there seems to be a limit to that, which I'd be interested in trying a few more levels to see if it goes out one more at all after like 5 or 6 or something like that. Real Harry Potter fantasy house. Yeah, it's unless I start again, which it's a possibility now, I suppose. I might start again at some point with trying to get the architect achievement that use this trickery to make floors that expand out. Doing this there's not really much point in persisting with this, because you can, by the time you make use of this sort of space, you're probably getting to the point where you could just buy these anyway. It was the most useful thing I learned today was the fact that you can build like these. You can connect the plots of land just by building floors across the walkways, across the roads, so you don't have to use catapults, cannons, whatever. Nothing wrong with doing so, of course. You just don't have to. We also found out that you can make the storefront into a kind of oh. Unlock my mouse. Yep. 6-5 throwing out another 10 gift subs. Damn.
65535 I've gifted a tier 1 sub to Dragon Engineer.
6-5, thank you very much. Yeah, there is a discount going on at the moment. It's like I clicked a button and did a thing, and it's like, oh, there you go. There's like some discount off bulk gift subs for a few hours.
65535 I've gifted a tier 1 sub to Monty Crisply.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah. True Darkland, Esperay, Crasher Hole, Monty Crisply, Cassier, Loomis 23, Finks, Dragon Dungeoneer, Captain Tio, and Norla BSGA.
65535 I've gifted a tier 1 sub to Loomis_23.
Get to listen to that for a little while. Good stream, good stream. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah. We'll hopefully have another like really good stream tomorrow. We'll be reading through Boat Murdered.
65535 I've gifted a tier 1 sub to Espery.
So the infamous Dwarf Fortress Succession Fort. So as part of a charity event, it was like an £7,500 milestone for Pilkmas for me to read Boat Murdered.
65535 I've gifted a tier 1 sub to True Darkland.
Also, let me just... There we go. I've given the pink diamond to people for less, so there you go.
65535
Slap that onto 6-5 there.
Tier 1 sub to Crash Shahal.
Being very, very generous. What was I going to say then? I forget now.
Six five five three five I've gifted a tier 1 sub to Kesaya.
Yeah, you can turn this storefront into like a service window style thing by, for some reason, blocking it using those jumping mushrooms.
65535 I've gifted a tier 1 sub to Nalabsier.
Now they just come in, they stand there, they grab one of the things that they want, pay for it, and just disappear. They don't buy as much, so your earnings do go down.
65535 I've gifted a tier 1 sub to Captain Tio.
I just think it's funny. Like, yes, can I help you? You want something over there? Yeah, just grab it. Oh, right, bye. Yeah, you're welcome, 6-5. It's the least I could do.
65535 I've gifted a tier 1 sub to Finks.
Yeah. But yeah, reputation does go down because I'm pretty sure that they are actually complaining about things that they couldn't get. It's just they disappear immediately before we can see their complaint. There's 169 silver, 239 silver in there. All right. Yeah, enjoy the emotes and the lack of ads, or the lack of ad. At least at the moment, while I'm trialing out pre-rolls. The lack of like 15, 30-second ads at the start of the stream. I was going to say something else about boat mode. Oh yeah, so yeah, like for anyone that doesn't know boat mode, it's a succession fort that is infamous in the Dwarf Fortress community, and a lot of people outside know about it too. It's basically a fort that was played by handing over from one player to another, like we do occasionally for charity events, like the hot potato event. And I don't know, it's just become well known in like here's a bunch of weird random shit that can happen in a game called Dwarf Fortress. And it was played on a really old version of the game before they introduced a third dimension. So there's actually some screenshots in with the playthrough that I can't really make out because some of the symbols are a bit JPEG artifacty, and just because of how old it is. And it's been ages since I actually played in ASCII, so we'll do our best to interpret those screenshots as we go. I'm thinking that while I'm doing the read, that will run maybe a world generation in the background of maybe in the pre-Steam edition of Dwarf Fortress, so we have that ASCII map being updated in the background. Millilit, hey, how detailed does Alchemy Factory get? Enjoy the kind of Factorio mod that only neurodivergent people enjoy, and so. Yes, hi, hello, neurodivergent. I think it gets pretty complex, actually. More so in variety of things that you craft to complete the game, compared to maybe Factorio. Like most of these are researching either items or buildings. Ow. So with that Bob's Angels energy going here, very good. Maybe, I don't know, because I was actually just comparing a bit to Factorio earlier, and this one difference that I'm seeing is that this game, like I'm still new to this game. A lot of the stuff down here that's grayed out I have no experience with, so I'm just going by some initial impressions. But I was point. So here's like a new compact. The game does not lock its mouse. Hang on a second. Right. All right. This is like a compact build of making coke powder for fuel, that I spent a good little while working on. Like, it's a nice fun puzzle for me to figure that out. But with the available space that we have and what I'm seeing as a lack of reuse of some of the raw materials, or like the immediate, like intermediate results of processing the raw materials, like the equivalent of, say, iron gears. I don't see any reason to distribute iron gears around, or the equivalent of iron gears around in this game on like a main bus or something like that, you know, to centralize production of a certain thing, because it has pipes, yeah. There are liquids. I don't know much about it yet though, but yeah. because in this game, unlike Factorio, where you have to get the raw ingredients from somewhere and send them somewhere to process, you can just flick money into a portal and get the raw ingredients out. Normally you just buy them from a shop across the road, but you get these purchasing portals that you can configure to say, buy any of these raw materials for money. So it's like you ship the only things that I'm thinking of building like big transport lines for are money and some of the major like other inputs to fuel a process, like literal fuel, like the coke powder here I've just made, and plant fertilizer. This stuff here. So it's like make them and ship them around, and then everything else probably is just made locally in little localized setups, like, because you can then, like, this is taking wood and stone, and you can ignore this because this is fuel that I'll get from somewhere else, and the wood and stone is just coming in from the portals, and that's making bricks, and then the bricks are going to the store to sell. But if I wanted bricks, like, those bricks don't seem to be used in other things much, like they're used in constructing things, but there's not a lot of like crossover, I think, between the production lines that much. But that might change as we get more into the different plants, because there's quite a few of them, which I haven't tried yet. So it's not really like starting from scratch as much as you're part of an economy. And no attempt at survival. No, there's no survival. I mean, I guess you could run out of money and not really know how to proceed, but you can always, there's loans you can get, but that shouldn't really be necessary. Cute little mushroom contraption. Yeah, this is processing rotten logs for these fungus that are coming off it, that goes into making a really powerful version of fertilizer. But even that was just like taking the original fertilizer that I was thinking about shipping around and just literally just mixing it in together and outputting a more powerful version of it. And that would get shipped around instead. So yeah, I think there's some reuse of things, but even at the start here where these aren't running at the moment, let's just get them running again. I'm still hand feeding some things here, like flax, grind it up, process it, blah blah blah. You make rope, and yes, the rope combines with some things to like make pulleys, but pulleys get sold. The pulleys probably aren't used for anything else. But all that needs is, like, you could make that on the same site that you make the ropes, because all the pulley needs is wooden planks, which you can just get from cutting up some wood straight from buying the wood from a purchasing portal. And the flax you could get from fertilizer. One of these just outputting straight into that, and without all that, you could just have the nursery here just outputting straight into this and getting ground up. So you just need fertilizer and money to make the flax and the wood to make all of that. So yeah, like there's also not enough like belt speed. There's no belt speed upgrades apart from a global one that you do through like a tech tree equivalent. Belt speed increases, but there's no point in doing that without also increasing the speed of the factories themselves, because a lot of these output, like especially over here, these output one belts. So increasing a belt speed, unless you increase the factory speed in lockstep with it, it's like you'd have to double the belt speed to start making that worth it, so you can combine things onto single belts. No tier belts, yeah, not that I've seen anyway. It wouldn't surprise me if they add something like that, or maybe there's something in the tree, because this is not searchable, so I can't just type, say, belt. But yeah, like you don't, oh yeah, you do research, yeah, conveyor belts. I guess I could look in a wiki, but yeah, there's pipes there. I'm using, yeah, so you got a fair bit of freedom with how you run pipes too, because they don't require supports. They do enforce, like, I can't just remove this here without removing everything above because it's all supported. Same with these walls. If I was to try and remove, you know, it would start deleting parts of the factory above. But these, yeah, these pipes can just be kind of run however. It's pretty good the way that you actually lay them out as well. You click and drag in a certain direction and you get a grid that locks it to that axis. It's a bit finicky sometimes. But yeah. Anyway. But yeah, I was able to make this, which is completely inadequate now that I've got that more powerful fertilizer. But yeah, it's like red currant wine passing through that belt into there, into the blender, mixing with quicklime to make a potion. It's very, very slow because I haven't gone back and revisited any of this. Yeah. These go into the shop, which this was all walled off, like a cute little village shop look to it, and I tore it all down. You get the ability to do that eventually. You just like remove these floors, for example, which I'm not going to do. Or put up your own walls. Yeah, there's a couple of things I'd like them to do. I'd really like it so you could load these shelves that the people buy stuff from using belts instead of catapults, or, you know, as an option, as well as, because I just find it's a bit hard for me to suspend my disbelief seeing potions get tossed onto the shelves. Like I kind of wish that, especially these ones that are on an angle, just had a belt input on the side or on the rear, and then they take them and they just kind of slide in like a vending machine gets repopulated. But you know, it's unique, I'll give it that, but I think I still kind of prefer belts. But I may end up changing my own mind. But yeah, for like, someone was asking how long I've spent in it so far. We've got 36.7 hours, and I think that's the number before this stream. So it's probably 40 now. I paid for this myself. I definitely think I've got my money's worth out of it, even if I stopped playing now, which I'm probably not going to for a little while. Yeah, it is early access, so it's a bit of a gamble on the longevity of it, you know, as most early accesses are, but it seems pretty solid for an early access game. And it was what, it was like 26.50 Australian, so like $18 US. I've had plenty of fun with it, even trying to fuck around and find out with trying to see what I can build that encroaches on other properties. Which there seems to be limits to that. And I have a half pipe that's powered by mushrooms. So those mushrooms are actually bouncy. It's like, whee! Yeah. I have no skateboard though. Whee. Whee. The game looks pretty too. All these blocks of land you can buy and expand onto. And I imagine just build your floors over there if you don't want to use catapults or cannons to throw things around, which I definitely plan to do, just like I did over here. Like that Coke factory that I made, a little Coke plant, is in it was a separate building or a separate plot of land, but I joined them together using those floors. So plan now is to take that Coke output and run it down there and replace old fuels. And then probably do the same. Like I can duplicate this if I need it, but probably won't for a little while. But then maybe add another floor here and do the same for fertilizer, which will be a bit more complex. And we'll need this. So I have to figure out a more compact way of doing this, but I can probably just fold this in on itself. These are 1, 2, I think it's 10 table saws here. Yeah, 4, 8, 10. Yep. Probably just fold this around so that the log inputs on the underneath, the mushroom outputs on top. That's a full belt, so yeah, you could just cut that in half somewhere and fold it back in on itself to make it a bit more compact. How come that's not being used? Money. Yeah, that's all I can think of. Pretty sure we'll come back to this. My half pipe. There we go. My partly mushroom covered half pipe. All right. Yeah, I really should call it a night. So let me have a quick look around. Since we're going to be doing some Dwarf Fort tomorrow, we raid over to someone doing some Dwarf Fort. Sounds good to me. All right. Music change. And there we go. Come on over here. Yeah, thanks for being here, everyone. Lurkers, chatters, VOD watchers. Thank you, thank you. Like I said, we'll come back to this. But next stream will be tomorrow, so less than 24 hours time. So yeah, Sydney time, evening. We'll be doing the boat murdered read for the Piltmas milestone. I'm not sure how long that will go for. I'm assuming somewhere between 4 and 6 hours. As usual. So yeah, we'll start at around 6 p.m. Sydney time, which will be about a normal stream length. But yeah, Papa Link's been fun. Yeah, cheers. Gubrin, thanks for the stream. It was fun. Yeah, thank you. 6-5, yeah, cheers. Spooky, yeah, thanks for being here. Tycho 0, yeah, thanks for the chill. Yeah, no worries. Wormuncher, GG. Let me thank some folks for the things that they did today. So yeah, Scavenger Mechanic, thank you for the raid early on. Thank you, appreciate it. And 6-5, thank you for throwing out 10 gift subs to the community. Really appreciated. Just, yeah, never expected, but always appreciated. So thank you. We'll be keeping the Christmas emotes around for at least one more stream too, so that's good. So I don't have to change anything before the boat murdered read through tomorrow. What else? Can I think of anything else? Don't think so. I do have I will be going away. Not for very long, just in a couple of weeks' time. I'll be away for like a long weekend. So there'll be a period there where there'll be no stream for like a week. But I'll let you all know before that happens. Darkfire Phoenix spinning in. Yeah, cheers. Thanks for being here. That's it. Let's get a raid going, shall we? So, my keyboard's being a bit weird. I've got this wireless keyboard to use for the stream PC, but it turns out that the reception on its like wireless dongle is fucking terrible. So, although I'm not using its Bluetooth adapter anymore, it's Bluetooth mode anymore, so maybe I should switch over to that. Anyway, so the lair's closing for the night. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But I know where else where you can go, and that's over to Hazza. All right. So Haz is playing Dwarf Forts as usual, which is good. Here's our raid message. Greetings from the lair. We bring you love. Use whatever emotes that you want, but there's a couple of suggestions for you. First one is my emote. Second one's global emote. So yeah, use whatever. Or something else entirely. Trying to think if there's anything else. I don't think there is. My brain's shutting down. It's 12:30 p.m. here. I should be in bed. Although it is Saturday tomorrow. I'm looking forward to mild weather ahead, let me tell you. Looking forward to moving my mattress back into my bedroom instead of in this office. All right. Well, instead of waiting for that to count down, I might just click the button and send you all on your way. So thanks for being here, everyone. And until next time, I'll see you around Twitch. I'll see you tomorrow, actually. Yeah, hope to see you tomorrow. And VOD watchers, of course, as always, thank you.